is here.
There we go. Okay, guys. So, last session, the party was in a great battle of metal and steel, ambush and assault. You guys cornered the best of the Feywild versus the best of the Iron Fey Nation. And you took out the Gene Fishers with extreme prejudice. And it all ended with a bit of a kamikaze situation, as the main fella blew himself up. Didn't quite kill any of you, but that's okay. We'll try better next time. And you guys got away with all of your absorb elements and shit. And you went hunting after the survivor, with Trixie's fucking 30 survival, some shit like that. Easily caught up to him after he was a little ahead of you, but you guys kept the trail. And it seemed that Oberon, the Green Lord, was none too pleased. Lord of Beasts, was nearly feral at this time, upset with the state of things in the Feywild. So he handed over the prisoner and made his proclamation known that he intends to do great and glorious battle against those fuckers from the Iron Fey Nation. So it seems like the Green Court is on the move. You guys all made it home. To a slight disagreement between Lana and Zabylna about Lana's oath and keeping it. But also, Zabylna believes that she has deciphered one portion of the prophecy of Season's Fall. The fall season speaks of it speaks of past travesty, careless fantasy, and corrupted fantasy. And she recalls a deal that was made with the Witchlight Carnival. I spoke to you all and gave you information regarding how the Witchlight Carnival and its owners, well, the current owners of the Witchlight Carnival, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, used to own another carnival, one from the Shadowfell, and that the Witchlight Carnival was run by a paladin by the name of Isolde. And the two carnivals swapped hands, and now that other carnival roams around the Shadowfell with its leader is the Eladrin paladin Isolde. Rock and maybe some of the rest of you got a little deeper into the mythos here and realized that Zabylna actually tricked this individual and kind of did her dirty. Information was revealed that Isolde, being the great paladin that she was, fought off all manner of dragons and demons and devils, and one happened to be in league with Zabylna, and so she sent a demon on Isolde known as the Caller to slaughter all of her friends. And in her weakness, Zabylna sort of coaxed Isolde into ownership of one of her carnivals, and has kind of been tormenting her ever since. So a little bit of darkness portrayed around your patron here. But nonetheless, Zabylna beckons you all to go to this carnival in the Shadowfell, as there is something there surely of great importance that has to do with Season's Fall. Perhaps an item, perhaps something less physical. Who's to say? But she has a guess that it might be a relic that Isolde carries. So that is where we pick up the game today. You've all been around the castle. Each of you has done a little bit of research regarding the Shadowfell and so on and so forth. Got some things done. Is there anything you guys would like to do around the Palace of Heart's Desire today? As it is yours. It is yours to do with what you will.
How long have we been back?
You guys have been back, not including your little field trip to go murder the assassins who are coming after you.
I'd say including that. Since then.
Okay, since then. I'd say a week. It's been about a week, about 5 days by your count.
Would we have had a opportunity to take a long rest?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you guys should be fresh.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Hmm. So
So indeed. What would you like? Is there anything you'd like to do?
yeah, I want to keep trying to hammer away at finding out how to learn this demiplane spell.
Hmm. Yeah, you guys could take another week if you want. Is that something that anyone else would be interested in?
Lana would absolutely like another week.
Okay, fantastic. Trixie's a little AFK. It is also worth noting that for these weeks, you guys don't specifically have to stay in Prismere. If you guys want to go, or stay in the palace, if you want to go out into Prismere, or there's somewhere else you want to go in the Feywild, you absolutely can. Okay, so we'll go to another little 5-day time here. So Nith Royale, why don't we get your stuff out of the way? You wish to seek out a magical item in the form of a spell.
Mm-hmm. How does that work with like so a wizard can't learn a spell unless it is transcribed on a spell scroll, or she finds a wizard's spell book. What the fuck?
I guess I gave you the thumbs up by accident. I don't know how to get rid of it. But anyway, oh, there, it's gone. Anyway, yes.
Okay, cool.
You're correct.
So
I'm sure there's more creative means of that happening, but basically you have to, like, transcribe it. And it's worth pointing out that the point of transcribing into your book isn't just copying words alone. It's also sort of like,
formulas
while you're copying it in there, it's becoming acquainted with like the arcane gesture and the somatic component and remembering it and so on and so forth.
It's like changing one person's language into another one that you understand.
Exactly. Like there's also in past editions of D&D, there was a concept that all wizard tomes were naturally transcribed in like a secret code, and that's part of the downtime is transcribing or at least deciphering the code of the book. Okay, so let's go looking for a magic item.
If I was gonna start looking again, I would have liked to have casted enhance ability on myself.
Yeah, if you're willing to like have been constantly casting that throughout this duration, I'll let you. You certainly have the spell slots available, so yeah, I'll let that fly if you want to do that.
Cool.
That's selling a magic item. We're looking for purchasing a magic item, not crafting a magic item. Here we go. Okay, crafting is a magic item price of okay, you are looking for, my friend, a very rare magic item here. So DC is a little high. So as a reminder, it is 100 gold pieces up front to begin looking, and then you can pay up to 1,000 gold pieces to gain +1/+2 to a total of +10 bonus on your check. And that does not include the actual purchasing of said item.
Okay. So 100 and then 100 for a +1, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. 200.
Okay. So you can go ahead and make your persuasion check with a +1 bonus, and you may have advantage because of your enhanced ability.
Got you. Thank you.
DC 25.
That's pretty wild. Right. Do I have to? No, that would be meta as fuck. So I rolled with. You said persuasion, right?
Persuasion, that's right.
Okay, so that would be 19 plus 1, which is 20.
So 20. So unfortunately, that doesn't meet the DC, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah.
Yes, that is. You're getting up there. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little consolation prize though, because 20 is still pretty good. So you don't find what you're looking for, but you will find some other magic items available. Why don't we do it that way? Roll me a D4.
That helps.
Yeah, because it's like, oh fuck.
All right, D4.
Fucking ridiculous.
I got 2.
2, okay. Okay, hang on a second. Just getting my way to these here roll charts. Roll me 2 D100s.
2 D100s. That'll be a 63 and
Okay.
an 82.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so you're gonna find you're looking around, you're trying to purchase, and you don't find what you're looking for, but you do run into this one. We'll say it's this kind of like this really old fucking red cap guy, and with his like sickle and whatever, and he's kind of like fucking crazy, and he's off in the woods and whatever, but he's actually a really skilled alchemist. And he goes, you want things? I don't have scrolls. Scrolls stupid. Scrolls eat. But I have oils and I have potions. I sell you oil of sharpness or potion of longevity. I make you immortal.
Would you oh wait, wrong fucking voice. Would you mind if I were to identify this potion of longevity?
Oh, yes.
Very
And as
well.
you identify the item, basically what happens, it's a very rare potion consumable. When you drink this potion, your physical age is reduced by 1d6 plus 6 years, to a minimum of 13 years. Each time you subsequently drink a potion of longevity, there's a 10% culminating chance that you instead age by 1d6 plus 6 years. You don't really need to worry about all of that because it's only the one potion, but is suspended in amber liquid are a scorpion tail, an adder's fang, a dead spider, and a tiny heart that against all reason is still beating.
Okay.
He says, yes, I steal from Summer Queen's well of immortality. Yes, and now you can buy, and you can be younger. Great Christmas present if you're not feeling it for you.
How old is this red cap
He's old
seem?
as fuck. He's old as fuck. He's got like a big gray mangy beard. He's got a crazy eye. One eye's a little lazy.
I don't know if this would be an insight check or like an arcana check or something, but
Yeah.
do I feel that this person is incredibly powerful?
Yeah, make me an insight check. We'll pull an insight check, see if you think he's dangerous to anyone but himself.
19.
19. Let's see. No. You think that... Well, the first thing you detect is that he's probably lying about being a really good alchemist. And he's probably more just like a pretty decent thief.
Got it.
But not particularly dangerous.
Okay. He doesn't happen to have a spell book on him, would he?
No. I'm sorry to say, no.
Cool. How much are you willing to provide me to have, well, both of these items?
Right, let's see. Oil of sharpness. Oh, come on, Command F, work with me here. There we go. Jesus Christ, that's expensive. Hang on. Okay, let's see. It's a consumable item. Why is it that expensive? Oh, I guess it kind of makes sense, actually.
I would suggest
It
that
says-
you offer a fair price.
3,200 gold pieces for the oil of sharpness. Or, I mean, a gem about this big? Or perhaps a very fine set of spoons?
Hmm.
Which basically what he's describing will accumulate to about 3,200 gold pieces. But it's a Feywild, so there's no actual commerce. It's all bartering.
Hmm. Cool. I will.
I will also say, like, if you don't want to pay the price and you have another sort of interesting Fey offer to provide, let me
Mhm.
know. That also works in this world.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, where do I find this red cap? Just out in the forest somewhere?
Oh
or-
yeah, out in a fucking cave in the middle of the forest for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Where else do you find people selling incredibly powerful match play in the Feywild?
Does it look
Really?
like he's alone?
Try and kill him.
No.
Yeah, make me a perception check. See if he's alone.
Damn. A 7?
7? He could be alone.
Okay. Yeah, I'll reach in my bag and pull out. What do I have in there?
Pull out this Glock.
Give me the fucking
Put the potions in the back.
put the potions in the fucking bag. Not fucking around.
I pull out this this worn black stone with a carving of a unicorn on the side, and I present it to him, and I say, may I interest you in the jet of unicorn's desire?
What is it? What's this?
In your greatest time of need, a mighty unicorn will come to your side to ride you into battle or away.
And it doesn't do any of this shit.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
wait,
No, it doesn't do any.
It's cursed
What
the
is it?
unicorn rides you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean the battle. What is it? What is it in actuality? Out of curiosity.
It's literally. You told me to write this in. Worn jet with carving of unicorn on the side.
When did you get this?
I have no clue, man.
Okay. Okay.
It was quite a while ago.
Was it the Nightmare Market by chance?
I don't think so. I think your reaction to when I was like, so what do I name this? It was like, just put worn jet with unicorn on the side.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that could have came in at any time.
Yeah. It could have appeared at any point in this campaign.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, such a unique item is like, I mean, that could have happened anywhere. He goes, unicorns show up and ride me in the battle? Why is it riding me? I want to ride a unicorn. Is it a magical experience?
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, if you place this in your hands and believe that you can commune with the unicorn, then you can.
Make me a deception check.
Where the fuck? Oh, Okay.
The old "you're not believing hard enough" trick. Oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
Natural 20 for 29.
He rolled a natural 20 as well. But he doesn't have a higher bonus than you. So you win. You beat his nat 20. That's crazy.
Damn!
She goes, okay, yes, I take here. And you can have, which one do you want? You can have one of them.
Only one.
Yeah. If the unicorn's riding me, then yeah, it's gotta be one.
Okay.
If I was riding it, it would have been two, but I gotta carry the whole unicorn.
Okay. I usually do not let students of mine know the secrets to ultimate power. But what I will do for you on this day is I will allow you to commune with the unicorn. Now, just hold it in your hands.
Okay.
Caress it.
Yes.
As if it was a loving kitten. Now. Okay. Okay. And then I will I'll cast fuck.
What are you casting?
I'll cast Phantasmal Force on him.
Okay.
He has to make a intelligence saving throw, DC 18.
He fails.
And essentially, like, as he's like biting on it, he'll see like just glitter and just magic like erupt from the jet into a swoosh around him until he's transported to like a land of unicorns and stuff, and then one of them rides up to him, kind of does the little the fucking stand on its hind legs.
Yeah.
And then it will speak to him in his voice.
You've been censored.
Keep going.
So it speaks, it comes down, it kind of snorts, and it speaks in his name, or in his voice. Hello, are you the wielder of legend?
He goes, yes. Yes, I am. Yes.
And my master, we will ride into the sunset of all the civilizations.
Yes, jump aboard! Jump aboard! He like goes down for like the piggyback stance.
Very well. And then it hops on his back, and he fully believes that he could do it. And
walking out of the cave, completely forgets about the fucking potions.
And then
like,
essentially it tells him like a list of like far out fucking quests that he needs to complete in order to be able to actually utilize him fully.
Okay.
Yeah.
He starts going, all right, I'll do it. And he walks out of the cave with this thing on his back, stone in hand. You have successfully deceived to use your illusion magic. You can have both the oil of sharpness and the potion of longevity.
Nice.
Well done.
Thanks. All right.
Vengeance! You hear it in the forests, in the deep forests, some ways off. But
I hope
an hour later, 10 minutes later.
I hope some way, somehow, we like run into him like in some way off plane, and he's still like, for some reason, like he's distraught because he doesn't have the unicorn on his back. He's like, I will get you back. I will.
I'm gonna get you too.
Oh fuck. Yeah, then I just show back at home like nothing happened.
You did it again, Nithroel. You crazy bastard. Okay, so that's Nithroel's week. She fails successfully. She succeeds I don't know if she fails successfully or if she fails in a successful way.
No one knows.
I think she fails in a successful way.
Yeah.
It's like, no, but I found the cure to aging. Okay. Who's next? Who else has something that maybe we want to do this week?
I mean, if we have a whole other week, Trixie will just keep researching, trying to figure out the spring part.
Figure out the spring part. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so essentially narrowed it down to planes of existence. She'll start with Arborea, because it sounds like arborist, and we're looking for forest. So that's what I'm going to start with.
Can't argue with your logic. Okay. Let me just whip out my stuff. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. All right, Xanathar. Show me the way. Get this in research. Oh, those are supplies. It's not quite what I was looking for. Come on. There we go. Okay, so research. All right, you're not going to have advantage necessarily. This isn't a focal point of Zabylna's interest. Specifically speaking. But go ahead. Yeah, obviously gold price is waived because you're gonna have a huge store of books. Go ahead. And where's the fucking check that you gotta make? Oh, there's research. After one work, the character makes an intelligence check. But I like to say investigation. So go ahead and make me an investigation check.
9.
You could also do this 9. It's a little bit retro, but if you want to, you can always spend 100 gold pieces up to 600 gold pieces to gain a bonus to your check if you want. If not,
I already rolled, so.
Yeah. Well, I was late to tell you that, so I would let you do
Yeah.
that if you wanted to. But anyway,
My investigation is so low, I probably wouldn't waste the gold anyways. Let's be real. I don't have
Fair
a bonus.
Fair enough. Okay. Aboria, you are going to learn one piece of true lore, however. Even with a 9. Oh, Mr. Boria. Celestial, Bitopia, Elysium, Aboria. Okay. Let's see what you learn. Okay. There's some things you know about Aboria, some things that you don't. So what's very easy is that Aboria is home to 2 factions of gods. There is the Sendarine, which is the Elven pantheon, and then there's what is known as Olympus, which is a cabal of they're gods, but they're known on another plane of existence. They're not really well known in the Feywild or on the material plane, but they are present regardless. So these are the 2 factions that are indeed present. Now, as for Aboria itself, this is the actual lore that you're going to learn. It is a place of violent moods and deep affections, of whim backed by steel, and of passions that blaze bright until they burn out. It very much starts to get you to think about like the summer court, where everything is like up here, where it's like deep depression, like violent anger, passionate love. It's all sort of up there at all times. The good-natured inhabitants are dedicated to fighting evil, but the reckless emotions sometimes break free with devastating consequences. Rage is as common as and as honored as joy. But anyway, you move on from that because you want to learn about its relationship with the prophecy. There are some relationships. It is said that there are mountains and forests that are extravagant, massive, and beautiful, and every glade and stream is inhabited by nature spirits that brook no infringement, and travelers must tread lightly. This speaks to a delicate ecosystem where spirits protect different portions of the forest and don't hinge on one another, and when they do, there's usually sort of large, extravagant consequences. So this would very much be a place where it speaks of spring. Spring would be very common here, sort of the growth in the nature. The prophecy itself speaks of budding blossoms, waters and forest, sort of in strife. Wood. This would all be stuff that sort of mixes with a boar. You think it's a pretty solid lead if you were to sort of put a thumbtack on a place like maybe this place, maybe that place, with dedicated research alone. You think that this is perhaps a location. This perhaps could be the plane of existence it speaks of.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a good bet. You can only learn so much in the library, however. Okay, fantastic. What about Brock? What about Lana? Is there anything you two would like to do?
Let's see. I'd probably just like continue to keep watch around the palace. Maybe keep an eye on Grizzt's. Is he still here? Is he still like fraternizing with like nobility?
Oh, absolutely. He's
Okay.
absolutely here. Fraternizing. You see that he comes to court mostly disguised, but sometimes he doesn't, and sometimes he reveals himself, and you see that the presence of a demon, even a demon lord such as himself at court, is one that isn't necessarily. It's startling and frightening, but it isn't necessarily taken as a bad thing. As like on the material plane, they're like, demons bad, holy fuck. But here in the Feywild, demons they kind of associate with the Fey, so they're not as, like, you know, it's a little bit of a party trick. But he spends a lot of time around Zabylna, and Zabylna spends a lot of time around him because he has something she wants and she has something he wants. Is there anything specifically you'd like to do, or do you just want to keep an eye on everything?
Probably just keep an eye on him for now.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say for you. I have been rolling checks for Zabylna's progress or influence, basically. Because of your presence, I will give her advantage on this weekly check. Okay. Incredible. And last but not least, Lana. What would you like to do this week?
Well, I guess the first thing I want to go do is check in with Mordenkainen. Is he still here, or has he made himself scarce?
Oh no, he's still very much here.
Oh.
Talking with different people at court, meandering, or sort of just holding up in the library. He's about doing Archmage stuff.
I would like to go see Mordenkainen.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you go see him at the library, let's say. You sort of stumble in, and he says, Lana, it's been some time. What can I do for you?
And I'm going to hand him the pictures that she'd done a couple of portraits, kind of stylized things of him when he was working and being magnificent.
And he goes,
Did you want me to roll a check for that? I can't remember if I already rolled the check or not.
I don't either. Why don't we roll again, just for fun? I believe we just called that like a proficient charisma. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm trying to think of what we because it's with a tool. It's with like painter supplies and stuff.
Yeah. So a proficient charisma, if I'm not mistaken.
So charisma plus proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 25.
25. Yeah, you draw an you have an excellent painting. Very much one of those like those like basically in medieval times the portraitures were all like them there with their long cloak and like a scepter or whatever, like back in the day. It's one of those where it's essentially like him, like looking real good with his staff, and there's like a crystal ball and a dragon skull, and it's just him just like being wizardy and shit. And it's basically like, here's my swag wizard portrait. And he's like, oh, this is very good. That is quite a fetching individual you have in that portrait there. I'm sure you could fetch a fair price on any market for such a famous wizard. Looking magnificent. Very good.
I was inspired by an incredible subject. And I'll hand it to him.
Give it for me?
For you.
That is very kind of you. I haven't received a gift from a fan in far too long.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of information because I think maybe you're the person most likely to be able to capitalize on it.
Okay.
I'm not going to pretend to know anything about what's going on with Zabylna and Grizz't. I don't know their past. I think you probably know more about it than I do. But I will tell you this. To the best of my understanding, when we first started out, he was her plan B, in case there was no way to conclude an alliance with the Fey to take care of the Iron Fey. The work that we did with the Knights, that should be all the political ammunition she needs to secure that. And I know things are weird in the Feywild, and so I don't know, but that's a pretty big favor to call in. Like that seems like it would be enough to send the demon boy toy away. Now, I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe this isn't actionable. But I do worry for her. And in a million years, she'd never hear it from my lips. So maybe someday she'd hear them from yours. And if you think this information is bullshit, then you can bin it.
Okay. And what is this information specifically?
Pardon?
And what is this information specifically?
That somebody at some point probably ought to suggest that he's getting in her head more than she's getting in his. And maybe I'm wrong. And maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, no, Lana. I mean, you are of quite very similar mind on this. That is why I am here. You see, she has a resilient will, and legend has it, and I can confirm the legend is true. When she was much younger, she captured the Demon Lord in a mirror. The question still remains, of course, the wolf would never admit the other side, if it were true even, but there's speculation on my part that the Demon Lord allowed his capture for the many years that he had been captured, and allowed his study and prodding over her, and he looked at her and he, as much as it is grotesque to admit, the two fell in love. Ugh. So
no, does this just go?
Yeah. He goes, so you can understand, especially, and she's changed much since I've known her. She used to be sort of calculating and prone to outbursts of rage or emotion, and now she's just all feeling. And that's what she's probably feeling, is that. So, yes, Lorna, me and you are on the same wavelength that the logic doesn't fucking make any sense. But this is the Feywild, and logic seldom has much to do with anything, does it?
And so now for a piece of advice. Because I'd rather not die, but it's probably coming. All right. I have an oath. I have 2 oaths. Both of them to Zabylna, so you would think that they would align, but they don't. She wants to send us into the Shadowfell to steal a sword from a paladin. Here's the problem. If my understanding of the Feywild is correct, then when we enter the Shadowfell, for each person who enters the Shadowfell, some sort of shadowy behemoth is going to jump out. And of course, if we're in the Shadowfell, we can't be out of the Shadowfell managing the shadowy behemoth. And I don't know if we come out of the Shadowfell, if the shadowy behemoth goes back into the Shadowfell. I don't know that good ends can be accomplished through ill means. I don't know that unleashing 4 shadowy behemoths so that we can go steal a sword from a paladin meshes with my oath, which suggests that the second I step to do it, I'm oath broken. But she's going to command me to go, so I'm going to have to decide which hill I'm going to die on.
It's tricky.
My plan is to die on the hill of not unleashing shadowy behemoths. But if you have any counsel, I'd like it. I like her. I don't like Grizz't. I think he's a cock.
Yes, he is a cock. That is quite right. He is definitely that thing. I suppose. Look, I don't know, Lana. You're the paladin oath person. I didn't sign up for any of that junk because I learn spells and I do my research and I do what I feel is right in the moment. But you've signed on to a life of whatever cause you picked.
I made a really stupid choice when I was 16 that fucked me over when my family blew up my country and I got blew the hell to the Feywild. I've dedicated my life to artifice. Joining the Order and House Juraska was more a way to piss off my father than anything else. And maybe right some of the wrongs my family did, which apparently don't matter anymore because my country is gone and most of my family, I would imagine.
So what matters to you then, Bob, at the end of the day?
There's a possibility that I am head of my house. There is a possibility that I am the last, or certainly the highest ranking Decanath alive. I don't know. But if the entire country of Ciri was blown off the map, as you say, then the only ones that are left would be people visiting other places on diplomatic missions. I would almost certainly outrank any of them. What matters?
Remember, you said you're trying to piss off your father. Is your family was shitty? Was shitty people?
My family is House Decanath.
I know. I don't spend a lot of time in my Eberron.
And my family are a family of makers, of arcane makers, and for millennia after the dragons left, we did great things, and then there was war, and we learned how to make the Warforged. And somehow my family learned the miracle of creating life and used it to create a race of slaves.
Wow.
Yeah. So House
So-
Roscoe are healers, and I joined them to be on the field to help with the healing and to make sure that nobody followed them, right? I was never a warrior. I never wanted to be a warrior. I literally, the oath that I took is not the oath I would take now. When my dragon mark came, there are certain people in the houses that have these marks. They're like something between a birthmark and a tattoo. And they're a mark of how deep your magic runs, essentially. I don't know. Anyway, there's a big test, and that's when it's supposed to come in. In the history of my family, there have been 3 people who took the test, passed it, it didn't come in. I was one of the 3. And all of us, those marks came in battle.
Okay, all right. So, that's all right. Here's what I think, all right? You took an oath, and that seems to be important. Yes?
Yes.
And what's the oath about? What do you got to do?
Redemption.
Redemption. Go redeem your family name. I mean, there's different ways to serve an oath. You don't necessarily have to do it here, trying to redeem Zabylna for all the shit she did in her past life, or you don't have to do it trying to save the entire Feywild. Maybe that's not your place. Maybe your place is to redeem your family name. If redemption is your oath you must keep, then you must find a way that you can keep it. Period. That would be the best advice I have for you. I don't spend a lot of time around holy oath-taken warriors, but that's what I would do if I was you.
Well, I guess all I can do is ask. Thank you.
Or you can hang out. There's, of course, the returning and restoring the name of your family and redeeming it, which is exceptional. Or you could find ways to be about here, but if you're not thriving here, then go there. Do what you think is best.
Zabylna does not value my skill set. I think her exact words were, "I don't need you to build me anything."
Yes, the industry here is lacking somewhat.
She doesn't. The fact that it was my skill set that blew up the bomb is lost on her. And I think my skill set is lost on her. I wish it wasn't so. All right. And she's going to take a very small, teeny, itty bitty blue pebble that sparkles and give it to him.
Okay, what is this?
That is Dragonstone. 3 dragons, big history, but basically the body of the dragon, Eberron, forms my country, my land, the whole world. And that is a teeny little piece. If you should ever want to go to Eberron, I think you're supposed to have a piece of the plane. So if you should ever want to visit, yeah.
I see. Perhaps, Lorna, our paths will cross again, and hopefully you may find a place where your redemption and your artifice is appreciated.
I hope so. I hope you kill him. Or at least get him gone. And unless I have misjudged Brock, I think you have an ally there.
Yes, we are. Yes, he helped me out of a sticky situation. It's no small business banishing a demon lord welcome in the house of the current palace you're in. So, yeah.
All right, well, let me go talk with the rest of the knights before I risk Zabylna's temper.
Very well. Good luck.
And I will leave to go find the group.
Okay. we'll say that evening, while the party is having a meal in your tower, Lana, yes, you can find the party.
Oh, how's folks? How's everything?
Seems to be going smoothly. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
I don't remember if I gave you all of the notes on Shadowfell. In case I didn't, for every individual who goes into the Shadowfell, a shadowy behemoth, which is about all I was able to find, will come out into wherever the plane you walked in from and wreak havoc. So if 4 people walk in, 4 behemoths walk out.
A shadowy behemoth.
I
Do
will.
they just
know what
appear
that
anywhere?
is.
Did I know? I had a pretty good roll on that. Did I know if it appeared like at the exact point where you enter, or if it just appeared anywhere in the wild?
No. It's a little more complicated than that. It can appear anywhere. It doesn't necessarily appear right at the point of the shadow crossing.
Yeah. There's no telling, but there seems to be an absolute certainty that there is a direct correlation, a direct relationship. Someone goes in, shadowy behemoth comes out.
Forgive me for sounding a bit blunt, but I fail to see how that is our problem.
I can understand that. Why are we fighting this war? Why is that important? Like, what is Zabylna protecting?
The Feywild.
The land?
Well, everything.
Alive.
Right. I agree. See, I agree with that completely. So if we go into the Shadowfell and 4 shadowy behemoths come out and hurt the land and the things that are living in it, can you see where maybe it is our problem? A little bit? Like maybe we should at least consider it?
Well,
Do
What
they
if we-
spread?
Pardon?
Do they spread? Is it like, do they get bigger or?
I don't think they multiply. I don't know if they consume and get bigger. But what I do know is that while it's not, Mithril, it's not your problem. It absolutely isn't your problem. It actually is mine, though.
well, I mean, I don't know your specific situation, but
I know.
I mean, the way I am looking at it is, I mean, if we go in, I mean, apparently they'll come out.
Mhm.
I mean, who's to say that they are inherently violent? There are giants that walk among us everywhere.
In point of order, my understanding was that they did wreak havoc. That was what I read.
What you saw was that basically, like, their very existence brings about annihilation. Like, they don't even need to lift a finger. It's just their presence that creates death.
Yeah. So they don't have to try to create death. They just create. They walk, and death walks with them. So it's not about them living peacefully within a place. They are physically incapable of doing that. And you're right. It's not actually your problem, but it is mine. And you don't have to do anything about it. But I do have to advise Zabylna of this.
So what if we went to the Iron Fey realm first, then went to the Shadow realm? Would they then exit into that realm? I know they're kind of connected, but is that how it works?
That they go into the realm from which you came. So yeah, if you went into the Feydark, and then from the Feydark you went into Shadowfell, yeah. For the sake of the Feywild, it fixes it, yeah. That's pretty clever.
I mean, they're kind of connected and there's a big doorway open, so I don't know if it'll completely work, but maybe they're more likely at least to end up there.
Is there a junk plane where they can't do any damage? That someone I don't know. This guy's
Junk plane.
Well, the problem is if we leave here, we don't know what that'll do with the time. It seemed when we went, even if we go to the Iron Fey realm, we could still be way in the future. So that's another
savor that because I think I've kind of just forgot last game. As long as Zabylna's around and Archfey of substantial power, she should be able to keep things somewhat steady for you guys as you make your entrance or exit. But if you do it independently, then it could be a little bit more funky.
I could bring us to the. I think I have a thing for the Earth plane.
I mean, that works with me.
If you guys had an interest to try and acquire immediate knowledge about this giant phenomenon issue, very easily you'd all know there are two potential resources in this palace that might have more immediate knowledge. One of which is the Drow sisters, who are Zabylna's sort of dark advisors. The other is a frickin' demon lord, and they tend to be pretty knowledgeable about things. But I know we don't like him too much. Just thought I'd put it out there. You can
Actually, I did not know about the Drow sisters.
Yeah, they were a little more prominent before you arrived at the table. There are two Drow sisters that are at the palace here by the names of Keltrin and Valtis, and they are sort of responsible for Zabylna's private collection and are sort of they're very shady. They're very sketchy individuals.
Do we want to ask the Drow sisters? Does anyone like the demon boy toy well enough to actually go ask him? I will.
We could start with the Drow sisters, and then if we don't get as much as we need.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to finish supper and go talk to the ladies?
I'm good with that.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need much. This is about the shadow giants.
Yeah.
As long as we can kill them, then I don't see
how to kill
just a little annoyance.
And to make sure that dumping them in the Feydark will maybe keep them contained, or what? Let's just go talk to the Drow sisters.
Okay. You guys eat. You go up the stairs. You find the Drow sisters Valtis and Keltrin within this library of obsidian books, coverless. They read, and as you enter, they sneer in your direction. Not the most friendly individuals. But you all enter within this sort of private library. And they say, one of them will speak and will say, "What are you doing here? Be gone from this place."
We need information about a quest Zabylna has us looking into.
What concern is that as ours?
You are her advisors, yes?
Something like that.
This falls into your wheelhouse.
Make a persuasion check.
I will use my channel divinity.
Sure.
She'll give me a plus to my. Oh, okay. So that's a 19.
19. They go.
My persuasion's a +9, and that gives me like another 5 on top of it. So
Yeah, DC was 15. You're good.
Okay.
You did it. You succeed. They go. They sort of like speak to each other in Undercommon, a bit. And then they sort of speak aloud. She says, "What is it that you want, then?"
The knights have been tasked with going into the Shadowfell. Our understanding is that when we go into the Shadowfell, a shadowy behemoth is going to pop out 1-to-1 ratio. We need to know how to defeat them. We need to know how to contain them if we can't defeat them. And if we jump, say, to the Feydark first and make our entrance from the Feydark, would the behemoth then go into the Feydark and ignore where we are here?
The one says something in Undercommon to the other, and the one who is primarily speaking sort of walks away and down one of the shelves, and the other drow sister says, "You speak of the Nightwalkers. Oh, there's no avoiding the Nightwalkers. They only come sometimes for the lucky ones when they dance through the doors of the dark, but, well, it is unpredictable. Think of it like getting into the bathtub. Who knows which side of the bathtub the water will spill out of when you displace? But water will of course need to leave the bathtub. Who's to say if it goes off the end or the left or in all the places at once? It's not going to go just where you want it to. So, just be glad that, well, you're in the shadow plane, and they are not. Well, those ones anyway. They sometimes like to step through the door as the door swings one way, they skip through the other side as you make your way through. Maybe you'll even see one if you meant to walk through the shadow crossing. But again, there's no containing a Nightwalker. They are doom incarnate. Wherever they walk, things die. Things die quickly. They say to approach one is death in and of itself. There are very few creatures who could actually survive standing in its presence for more than a couple seconds, let alone actually facing it in battle. But you're the Knights of the Scorched Earth, aren't you? I'm sure you could deal with it. But then again, you'd have to spend your time traipsing around the plane trying to find them. But maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe it won't appear for any of the four of you. There's only a chance. It's not all the time. Just some of the time. The other one returns with one of these black books and sort of like reads it next to her sister, and they look at it and nod. Says, yes, the Nightwalkers. Very resilient, exceptionally hard to kill. Easy enough to hit, they barely like to move, but bulky, they can fly. And if you die by one's hand, there is no returning. No matter what. You see, they eat life. If you die in their presence, they will eat your soul. It'll be like you never existed. Was there anything else that you wanted?
No.
Well, do they have any weaknesses?
Weaknesses? They only have things that they aren't completely immune or resistant to. Let me think. The magic of force is always works a little bit better than everything else. Thunder, maybe also. That's probably it. Everything else, you're gonna have a hard time. Well, you have magic weapons, no? But, well, if you're hunting Nightwalkers, just be ready to die. Don't be scared of death. No afterlife for those who fail fight against the Nightwalker.
Well, that's all I needed to know.
Good. Then leave us to our work. We are very busy for the mistress. Okay.
We can go away quickly. I'm sure they don't want us there.
Yep, you guys all hop onto the boat, and you sail through the corridors of the Palace of Heart's Desire with a starry magical sky over this particular hallway that leads to this private library. Okay, you guys leave, having learned a little bit of the nature of a Nightwalker, and how perverse it is to nature in and of itself.
So I will leave it to you to decide whether or not it is anyone's problem that a Nightwalker could perhaps come into the Feywild. My understanding, I don't know. Maybe it's something that could be wished away. I don't know how that magic works. I just know it exists. She says she can feel everything that happens in her realm.
I'm sure she's more than capable of dispatching a Nightwalker or two.
If you plane shift first, you won't need to. Maybe. Possible.
Surely, when we come back from the Shadowfell, because I assume that they are supposed to be some sort of mirroring of our being, then they'll be forced back as well. Now, whatever chaos and destruction they cause in the meantime, well, it is quite unfortunate.
Do we know they go back if we leave?
I didn't say anything to suggest that they did, but maybe they do. I didn't see anything that said that they don't either.
I'll say that you asked them before you left. Just
we run back.
Yeah, hey, just also this is the thing. They go, oh, no, you misunderstand. Until the creature is defeated, you can never return.
Ah.
Only sometimes do they slip through, but when they do, they block you from ever returning to this plane. Until it's destroyed.
So if I were to do a plane shift back to my plane, it would not allow me.
That's right. Not unless the creature was defeated or banished back to the Shadowfell. Hopefully Our Lady likes you all well enough to do that for you. You ended up having troubles.
I suppose if they...
how valuable you've been to her.
I suppose if they get transported to a plane that does not have many dangers to them, then you would be stuck away from whatever plane that was for a long time.
You wish to use a. You wish to find a plane of existence with little relevance.
But we would need someone to take care of them. That's not us. Because we also
Sending handy.
maybe we can talk to Zabylna and see. Where she'd like us to do this?
Feel free. Don't come asking for my help, though. I don't certainly think I'll be helping any of you. I have too much to do here in the library.
Right. Okay. We'll split the party. 2 people will go, and 2 people will stay behind to fight the behemoths.
Yeah,
I
2
see
people
no
stay
issues.
behind to fight the behemoths. Let's do it. The possibly 2 behemoths, or possibly no behemoths.
That would suck if like none came through, and they were just like, "Well, shit."
That's the
Well,
thing.
and then they go through, and then 2 show up, and it's like,
Maybe nothing happens, but even if just one happens, like my understanding is that that's like a really big thing.
Yeah, they're pretty mean. They're pretty mean fucking creatures, I gotta say.
I mean, maybe they'll end up in the Unseelie Court and they'll fit right in.
Or they'll.
But we need them to be killed before we can leave the Shadowfell. That's the problem.
Before we can leave the Shadowfell, or before we can return to that plane, they
So
can't
here's what
block
happens.
us.
Here's Nightwalker. Here's Shadowfell travel for dummies. You're in the Feywild. You go to the Shadowfell. Now there's a chance that a Nightwalker will sort of slip through the open door. If not, you're in the Shadow. If no Nightwalker happens, you're in the Shadowfell. You're free to do what you please, come in and go, or leave whenever you want, and then we redo the process when you go. Sort of like the flow chart, you know. However, if a Nightwalker does come through, its presence in that plane will block you from ever returning to that plane. Usually people just get stuck there forever because they don't know how to go to another plane than the one that just came from. But yeah, as long as that one is alive and exists on that plane, you cannot be there. Which means, Scott, you either have to live your life on that plane of existence or another plane of existence, or you gotta wait for someone to kill it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can plane shift to another plane. We just can't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just never return to the Feywild until such a time as it's destroyed.
No, I think we should plane shift from another plane then.
But we could go to the Fey Dark.
Is that another plane?
No.
The Feydark is to the Feywild what the Underdark is to the standard material plane. It's just underground.
The place that we just came from, where the Iron Fey are. That's the Fey Dark,
That's
right?
on the Feywild.
No,
It's under the Feywild.
That is a part of the Feywild. It's spreading. So like, if this is the Feywild, this blank sheet is the Feywild. The Iron Fey are like.
I'm sorry to be so dense, guys.
That's all good. That it's like this black stuff. It's like, think of it like a corruption. It's like it's spreading across the Feywild.
Yeah.
But it's
but
it's inherently part of the Feywild.
Yes.
Oh.
The lore behind that was that like things come into being in the Feywild because people in the material plane dream it up, and enough people start believing in it that it appears here, which happens to be that people like yourself, Lana, have put their mind to steel and mechanics and artifice, and because of that, it's destroying the Feywild.
That's fine. I'll get a tuning fork for the Shadowfell. We can plane shift to the Earth plane because I already have a tuning fork for that randomly.
Ooh.
And then we can plane shift to the Shadowfell, and then they'll end up in the Earth plane, and then we don't give a shit.
But it's foolproof. I see no flaw.
Maybe while you're in the Earth plane, you can go save Jace.
Who?
Isn't he already?
I just didn't hear what you said.
Nice, nice. Yeah, totally.
That was dude, that was legendary. I
Oh,
said, while you're in the Earth plane, you can go save Jace. And you
Oh,
were like,
Jace.
and you were like, who?
it was like so honest too. Like
I
I have
literally
no
didn't hear the
fucking
name
idea
though.
who that is. What are you talking about?
I've never met a person named Jace in my life.
Trixie still has
That was
Jace's letter.
legendary.
And isn't Jason Celanese now?
Probably, maybe.
Like,
who knows?
Maybe I'm probably serving like wine or something with like a
Yeah.
tuxedo on.
Feeding
Maybe
somebody
Trixie
grapes off the
will
vine.
double check that. Maybe she'll try to scry on
Tanya's
the
like,
gem that
who's
Jace's
this
soul is in.
ranger, dude? Get him serving me wine.
You know what, guys? Let's go find Jace. Jace's soul, get it back in his body, and then make Brandon play two characters.
I would love that actually. I wouldn't even take up a whole lot of time.
Do you want Jace back or do you like Nithroel?
I like Nithroel. I haven't
To
done
know
my
both.
my
We'll
character.
get Jace's soul and somehow put it in your body, and then we'll have to play like dual
We could
personality
just
thing.
swap out the two
Dual
PCs
classes,
every now
yeah.
and then, depending on.
All of a
Hey,
sudden you're a
guys,
sister.
you know what you need in order to go plane hopping. You need a skilled horizon walker. Is what you need. Maybe we should
I
go
wasn't gonna say
collect
it.
our ranger from the summer.
I wasn't gonna say it.
the summer court said they would get him, and they made a deal. So I kind of assumed that they did that, but
Yeah, they probably got him.
and are
Never
just
said that
holding
they
him.
looked at- Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, amidst all the war stuff,
And the fact that they're fucking fairies, which means that nothing's ever simple.
Yeah.
It's never A to B.
Probably still in the gem. Just part of some jewelry set.
Zabylna's in her room like this with a gem.
Poor Jace.
Well, regardless, Trixie will go get a tuning fork from what's his
Jace, do
name.
you, so I'll ask like above table, like Brandon, do you want to like do a swap right now?
I wouldn't mind, having a little side quest or whatever.
Nithroel, you're summoned to the courtroom of Zabylna in this moment. You receive a sending that summons you thus. Go get your ranger ready.
Yeah. I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
You are summoned to speak to Zabylna in her throne room. She has something important to speak to you of.
Okay. So yeah, I'll head over.
Okay. We're playing it loose and fast, everybody.
The Feywild.
The Feywild, anything could happen.
We can actually do that.
Yeah, fuck yeah. So Nithroel, you come before Zabylna. She says, Nithroel, how fares things?
Lady Zabylna, things fare quite well. We have been debating quite a bit on going through the Shadowfell and the consequences of that, but I suppose it's just nerves.
Consequences.
Indeed. Some fear that we will unleash quote unquote shadowy behemoths in our midst if we were to leave.
Oh yes.
Indeed. But I mean, from what I've been told, it only seems like it is a chance of that happening, and with most magical things, especially when it comes to the planes, well, it is there is a lot to be left to percentages and well, to fate.
How do you feel about these consequences, personally?
personally, I do not see them as a personal problem. If they were to invade the plane that we leave from, then there are those that are much more powerful than us that could deal with them. Archfey are quite powerful, and if we choose to leave from a different plane, then I'm sure that there will be many creatures that will at least dwindle them down so the natural inhabitants can, well, deal the killing blow.
I knew I liked you, Nithroya. You have...
I am concerned on the mission, my lady.
Good. You have ambition for power. You have the will to do what needs to be done. And to understand the need for moving on with the task at hand. I can appreciate all these things.
I am very graced to hear you say that.
Now, we must speak of other matters.
Yes.
Winter and all its cold delight seeks an immortal night through the long fangs of frost enraged by those it has lost. Tell me, Nithroya, does anything in that speak to you? What comes to mind when you hear this?
I think of certain relationships that may need mending, maintained.
You know what I think when I hear of this?
What is that?
I think of a beast, long-fanged, frost, cold to the touch, enraged for loss, and what loses more than that feeds on the living. I think of vampires, Nithroya. This is what I want you to do. I want you to be my envoy to the Winter Courts, and I want you to track down any lore that you could find regarding wintry vampiric entities upon this plane or otherwise. But I have no doubt that the Archfey there will have associations beyond these planes to do with such things. I leave it in your hands to find out what happens next and how we might complete this stage of the prophecy.
How very interesting. If it is what you deem necessary, then by all means, it will be done.
Understand, Mithroya. And she steps up from the throne at this point and she puts a hand on your shoulder. She says, understand that you are the only person I can trust with this mission. You have proven your loyalty. You have proven that we are of like mind, that you are willing to do what is necessary to get the job done. And I promise you there will be no small amount of reward. I know of your hunt for the power of demiplanes. Do not fail me in this, and you will be rewarded. Do we understand one another?
As clear as ice.
Good. When you are ready, you may set off. If you have any questions, you need only ask. I think when you return, there will be more for you waiting here than just a scroll. Trixie and Brock have been my close advisors for quite a long time. I think it's time that you stepped up as well, depending on your performance in this next endeavor.
I will not let you down, Lady Zabylna.
By any means necessary, Nithroya.
I was hoping you would say that.
Very well.
I bid you adieu.
She returns to her throne.
Yep, she curtsies and just walks out.
So let me ask you this: as you were going through all of these motions,
Mm-hmm.
was everything that you said in there genuine, or was there something you were trying to keep from Zabylna?
It was genuine.
All right, maybe a persuasion check.
You got it. If I can fucking.
I was trying to decode the winter thing like half an hour ago, and what I got down to was charismatic loner. I completely missed the vampire part, but I feel like I was pretty good there.
Sorry.
Well,
I mean,
she's
yeah,
only
kinda.
speculating as well, but she was
That
like
was really good.
fangs, cold, enraged by loss. She was like,
Yeah, I was like,
vampires.
darkness, death, loss, whatever, and then I'm like, charisma, and then the
Immortal.
first part, like, cold delight, but yeah.
Yeah. So she's she's taking shots in the dark too. Are you
Oh,
talking
that's
to her in
better.
Mithril? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24 with the natural 20.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you she was basically inciting you through that. She seemed, as you walk away, you see from the curl on her lip, she seems genuine in the words that she spoke, and that she's at least satisfied with your disposition, your approach, your wizarding skill and such. And perhaps she sees much of herself in you. Who knows?
Hell yeah. Cool. And yeah, I think later that day she would gather up some things, leave behind a note to the rest of the knights, simply saying, companions, it has been an honor to serve beside you, but I have been selected for more clandestine affairs by Our Lady. I do not know when I will be back, but I have the utmost confidence that there will still be a palace of heart's desire and its inhabitants when I return. Sincerely yours, XOXO. Gossip no, Nithroel Biblar. With an exclamation point and then a snowflake for the dot.
Heart emoji, laughy face, shooting stars, birthday cake.
Oh, pray gesture.
Yep,
Clap,
pray
clap.
gesture.
Yep.
Get that ranger ready.
And then she teleports out.
The rest of you will be summoned. Not so much later. After you read the note, though, of course. And she will summon you all in. And she will say, welcome. I hear you have been hard at work preparing for this next endeavor. Indeed, I did send Nithroel to be looking for a different portion of the prophecy. I had need of her skills and abilities elsewhere. However, that does not mean I'm going to leave you short-handed. It would be a short trip, but considering the danger regarding the travel to the Shadowfell itself, I figured it would be best if we brought in an old expert. So, maybe in your best interest to return to the Summer City for a short time and call upon our beloved ranger, Jay Silverlaw. His ability to travel between planes may make the process easier. His ability to travel between the boundaries of the planes may make it easier to do so on the journey ahead. The Shadowfell can be a tangly place when it comes to planetary boundaries, so perhaps a Horizon Walker might be in order.
Is this going to be as simple as just going there and picking him up, or are we going to have to politic with the
Oh.
Summer Queen?
You shouldn't have to politic, but it is the Summer Queen. I have made all the arrangements necessary, so it should be as simple as walking in, but Razil, as always, remains present to aid you if anything should get complicated, but I don't imagine it should be. You all have paid the price, and she did promise you the boon of returning Jace to you, so it should just be a matter of picking him up. But with that said, whenever you decide to make the journey to the Shadowfell, I'd recommend you do it here at the palace, where I'm prepared to help. If that is your plan. If you have other plans, I will not stand in your way.
We were thinking maybe going to the Earth plane first, then the Shadowfell, in case those Nightwalkers leak through.
A proxy plane, then, in case the Nightwalkers.
But I would need a tuning fork, so I'll have to go talk to. It's not Thinnings, is it? It's Thinnings that gets us stuff? I can't remember now. Yeah, okay.
Stuff, that's right. Yes. I can make organizations with Thinnings to have a tuning fork placed in your hand. Very wise decision, Trixie. Very well.
Just have to know if I do both plane shifts in one day, it's my 2 highest spell slots.
Could be tricky. Well, you could always try staying in the Earth plane for a time.
We could.
That should be an experience. Well, it will be a good thing you will have a ranger with you. He can guide you, I have no doubt.
Perfect. It's about time.
Yes, it's been... Well, I try and recluse from speaking of time too much on this plane. But it does feel like it has been quite a long time. Is there anything else that you might need before you take this journey that I can help with? Very well.
Juan will come up. I would like to speak to you, but not right this second. Maybe in an hour or two, or in the morning. At your
Very well.
convenience.
Okay. Very well. I will adjourn this then. Good luck. If I do not see you, contact me if you require anything. Let me just make a quick check to see how Zabylna is doing against her adversary. Okay. Yeah, you guys all go your ways. Lana, where do you go around the castle? Palace. Excuse me.
I'm going to take the time it takes to rebuild Aslan.
Yeah, okay.
And I have some ideas for making the muscles out of individual fibers of rubber and then putting metal sheathing around them so that there's more of a sense of stretching fluidity to them.
Mm-hmm.
A little more like a little more like Zabylna's lion.
Got it. Yeah. Maybe a tinker's check. Should have expertise in that.
I do indeed. All right, I'm rolling special dice for this one. Please be good. Please be good. I need 2 good rolls. Let me check something really Yeah, so I'm going to use the inspiration that I have. Because that was not the roll. You know what? Fuck you. I'm not using that dice. Fuck you. I don't like you. I'm going to use this one.
You're not special anymore.
You give me good mid rolls all the time. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's all I needed, right? That's a 13 on the dice. But it's like a plus 10. So it's
Only
gonna
a
be
plus
like
10?
23.
Okay,
Pardon?
but still, that'll still work. Yeah, 23.
Do you think it's potentially higher, but I know it's at least a plus 10 because I've got double proficiency.
Yeah, you got double proficiency, exactly. You had your intelligence on that, I believe, too.
Oh yeah, so it's plus 15 then.
Yeah. There we go. That's more like it. At this level,
That's 28.
Expertise. Yeah. You finesse for yourself, and you find it quite annoying because like while you're trying to like use like the metal and whatnot, and you're trying to like work with metal and whatnot, you find like the metal turning into like vines or wood of a similar consistency but not as tough, and you're like, get the fuck out of here, and you like throw it away, and you manage to like create this creature of steel, and it is it is very much that feline sort of like liquid metal musculature to its appearance as it moves now. It has very like it's less robotic and more sort of animalistic as it just moves and seems to almost have like an innate power in just like the haunches and such. Very much moves like a predator now. As you're completing the device, the door opens. Zabylna walks in. She says, "What seems to be the problem?"
So, as I've finished, I'm basically wearing a simple white shift that's completely backless. And on my back is a very well-defined tattoo birthmark of a dragon that shifts into colors of twilight. It wasn't like that when she got here.
Yeah.
So she'll stand up. She'll say, "It's not my intention to disappoint you. But I'd ask that you hear me out before passing judgment." And she's going to take the sword that Zabylna had given to her or had altered for her, just lay it very gently at her feet, very respectfully. You hold two different oaths. I hold two oaths with you. One is your bondswoman. One as my oath holder, right? It didn't occur to me that those two things could ever be at odds, but right now they are. I can't go into the Shadowfell knowing that there is a chance that death incarnate could go onto any plane. I can't. And I get that's what's necessary. But I am telling you, the second you ask me to do it, I am oath broken. So I would rather...
Oath broken from what?
Because that is evil. To do that on purpose is evil. I am not passing judgment on anyone else other than myself, but I can't take that. I can't do this. Please understand, if this place works the way I think it does, and that it's based on what I believe, just like I didn't believe that killing the Iron Fae to protect this was bad. I feel just as deeply that this is wrong. Necessary. I also understand necessary. And there's something else you should know. I've come to learn what happened to Corvair. Syria is now a crater on the surface of the continent. Everything I've worked for is literally gone. And it's very likely that the only members of my family who survived were those who were out of the country at the time, diplomats. Which means I'm the ranking member of my family. And she'll turn around and show her the dragon mark. I know that you do not appreciate what I actually do. That's okay. But it was my specific expertise that blew up the bomb. Everyone was necessary. But nobody else could have done that. Just like nobody else could have stopped time the way Mordenkainen did. That was I know you don't respect what I do, but that's what I do. I am more useful to you trying to find out a way to vaccinate the Archfey against the Iron Fae so that they don't have a weapon against you. I am a scientist. I'm not a warrior. So whatever you will do with me, I will serve you in some way that does not require me to do violence, but I can't. And I'm sorry. And she will just come to her knees.
Perhaps it is best that you follow your own path then. You are a creature of metal of mind, of building, like you say, you're a scientist. There is no science in the Feywild. There is but dreams and imagination, and the will to make it so. And we are fighting against what you represent, so maybe it'd be best if you abandoned your oath to Prisma and left.
My understanding is that I need to be released from it or I will go mad and become whatever that thing was. I don't want to become that. I'd rather you strike me down with lightning.
So I will say, as a point of order, as a paladin, you'd be quite aware of this. Your paladin oath, so your oath of redemption, that is what holds great power over you. Of course, your oath to lords and such is important, but if you were to, say, break your oath to a lord or a god in the interest of upholding your paladin oath, that would be considered an honorable thing.
But in the Feywild, anytime you break an oath, there's like a sense of ownership or some such. So
every time you make an oath, there is a sense of ownership. Yes.
Right. So Lana is twice bound to Zabylna. So she can't break either oath without being oath broken. That's her problem right now.
So she'll say to you, I would say the scales are balanced enough that you could walk away from this. You swore me an oath. You stopped the destruction of the Sele Court and brought me valuable information. You paid your way. You did, of course, swear your life to the protection and valiantship of Prismere, but... oh well.
She came to my room, so I
Yeah,
can't.
she'll stand up and she'll sort of very coldly just sort of leave the room, and the door will sort of behind her without a small hand motion.
Lana will get everything together. She has 2 sets of work, one of which is coming with her, and an identical one that she will leave with Trixie. And it's all of her impressions that she's taken, because I told you at the beginning that she was journaling. All of her impressions that she's taken as she's journaled every night through all of their adventures, and very, very detailed rememberings of everything in the Fey Dark. Lana sat and tried to do every single picture of the last 2 weeks, frame by frame, to her best ability to remember everything that happened in pictures, with notes, even the scientific shit that maybe Mordenkainen is the only person that could understand. When she gives these to Trixie, she's going to say, "It is entirely possible that Mordenkainen is the only person who's going to understand some of my notes. It has nothing to do with smart or not smart. It's just our flavor of weird. I can't stay. But I wish you well." And it's a stack. Every night that she's been here, she's taken pictures and notes of just everything around to the best of her ability.
Okay. What do you mean you can't stay?
I don't know how to say this without sounding judgy, because I understand it's necessary and I don't feel any kind of way about it for anyone other than me. I understand that it's only a chance that these Nightwalkers come out. But I get that it's Earth's problem and it's not my problem. I don't know any of the people. But I can't be okay with that. And it's necessary. And that was a genius idea. I can't. There's also a possibility that I am the last, like the head of my house, which is kind of a thing. My country exploded. They probably need my leadership, such as it is. I need to go home.
Okay. So it's more like you can't come with us, but you also can't stay here because you're needed there. So it's like a 2-parter. That makes more sense. just carrying this giant thing, I guess.
And to Trixie, she will give these are small crystals that she's chipped off of her shield, because that big front part of her shield was the dragon. So they're small shards. She'll figure it out when she gets home. She gives you a small shard of her shield. That is a dragon crystal. It is literally a piece of the crystallized soul of the dragon whose body makes up our plane of existence. If you ever wanted to come to Everon, that'll get you there.
Okay. Do I understand what she's saying?
She plane shifts, doesn't she?
With a
It
tuning
doesn't mean that
fork.
she's been to every plane in every world, however.
Is that the same
So-
thing? Is it like just having a piece of something is a tuning fork, or
I would say that no, it's not the same thing at all. And going and traveling between different material planes, that's not how plane shifting works either.
Lana doesn't know that.
Make an Arcana check if you wish, Trixie.
okay. Super good at those. 12.
12. You have the ability to plane shift. You know that you can plane shift between planes within the spheres of existences that all work in one. Think of it like this. There are solar systems, right? And you can travel to any planet, plane in your solar system. Lana's going to a different solar system. So, no, you can't plane shift to Eberron.
Okay.
That's what you know about that.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Oh, and Lana will go off to say goodbye to Brock.
Find him. Probably keeping an eye on Grizz't somewhere in the hall, and you can kind of find him and grab a private moment from him.
I hate that guy.
I know. What's up?
I'm going home. Paladin stuff makes it hard to go home. Makes it hard to go with you, and my country blew up. They kind of need me.
Understood. You have to do what you need to do, and I get that. It's been a pleasure to travel alongside you.
It has been a pleasure to travel alongside you. I worry about the games they're playing. He was supposed to be her plan B.
Yeah. I don't know if we're told the whole story.
Yeah. I don't know how you'd ever get my help, but should you ever need it. If you can find me, I'm here.
I'm sure this won't be the last time our paths cross.
I honestly hope not. Then I will go to my room and call Thinnings.
Thinnings will arrive at your door and sort of look around, or he just kind of walks through the closed door, like the space between the wall and the closed door, and then just sort of stands out because he's two-dimensional. And he goes, "Hello. Packing your bags or some such, it seems, on the road again. What can I do for you?"
Lady Zabylna is sending me home. I do not know that she wants to look at me. Or she might. I actually don't know her mood. But if you would let her know that at her convenience I will be wherever she would like me to be, I am ready when she is.
Very well. I shall inform her immediately. And he will disappear in the slot of your door. He'll return not long later. And he will say, Lady Zabylna is willing to perform the necessary ritual to return you home presently.
I will follow.
You follow, and you see her standing in the... Ooh, I want to check something here. It's got a little tricky.
While you're doing that, Lana is dressed in the formal attire of her house, like she was going to a state affair. Complete, if we are honest, with the completely ridiculous hat and the brightly colored gloves and the heels that are way too high, because the Decaniths are gaudy as fuck.
Yeah. So where Thinnings actually takes you, he takes you to the glass Pegasi drawn carriage. I believe they're Pegasi. Yeah, they're glass Pegasi drawn carriage, and you sort of fly up and away from Prismere. Thinnings just sort of puts you in and says, "Good day," and walks away. And you sort of disappear with the massive butterfly winged carriage sort of sails through the air, and you take one last look back at the beautiful twilit Palace of Heart's Desire and all of its purple roof and strange sort of inconsistent towers spiraling up over this mountaintop, and you disappear and dip through the cloud top, making your way into the forests of Thither, where you'll land in a small clearing.
House Jarosco? She would have asked for that. It's the only place where she would have been known.
Okay. Well, there's no one to ask.
Yeah.
So, but you land there, and you land in this little space. It is a clearing, and in the center there is a circle of mushrooms. The circle of mushrooms seem to be steeped in power, as there's energy that sort of seeps and churns around in the center of it, and you can hear sort of sounds you haven't heard from in a long while, the sounds of metal, the sounds of lightning, perhaps the lightning rail itself, maybe the hustle and bustle of the streets of Charms, someplace you haven't heard in a long time, but home lays through. But there's no one meeting you in the clearing.
That's fine.
Okay. Lana disappears from...
I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere.
We know about that circle, don't we? Didn't we identify that mushroom circle? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you guys have been there. You guys have walked past it.
Yeah, okay. But we knew it went to Eberron, right? Because we...
Yeah.
Okay. So we do know a way of getting there.
Yeah, you do. Oh, you do, just not via plane shift, just for the
Yeah. I was kind of
and
forgetting that we came across that and we identified it, so...
Yeah. You guys, yeah. There's lots of...
that conversation with Trixie. Trixie would have been like, don't worry, I know.
Lana, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, and I need you to roll me a d20.
And this right here was the second good roll that I needed. You were good. You were good the last time. Motherfucker. Okay. I'm taking a picture. Swear to God, it is not 20.
Is this the wisdom save, or is this just
the wisdom saving throw?
Oh, okay.
This is the wisdom saving throw. So let me get
I feel like it was almost better if Lana forgot the events of the Feywild. There's something sort of, I don't know, something about that just kind of sits right. But this will do too.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's all good. It's how the dice tell the story, right?
That was. Wait, no, hold on. That's not what I wanted to do. I think that's what I wanted.
I fully trust you. You can go ahead and send it, but I fully trust you.
Mm-hmm.
The next one, however, was a 2.
A 2. Interesting.
And the universe is balanced.
You return. So this is where things get kind of funky, actually. You return with full memory of your events, Lana. I'm gonna actually roll a little something just to see where you end up. Okay. you appear back in Eberron. You are standing in the streets of the City of Towers of Sharn itself. Big, beautiful city that strides up towards the skies. And from your vantage, you're standing on one of the many bridges. And as you you hear commotion and screams of people, and they're all moving to the side of the bridges to look over the side of the bridges. And you kind of look over what they're looking at. And you see off in the distance, as you orient yourself, you're like, okay, the sea's over there, I'm in Syria. Okay, so that's where I was when I left the Feywild. You see the smoke growing and enveloping the entirety of Syria. You are standing, witnessing the destruction of Syria. You've gone back in time, effectively. Days became minutes. So
but I'm there.
Been gone.
But I'm in Syria.
No, you're not in Syria. You're in Sharn. It didn't take you back to where you left. But you witness as you were in the Feywild for maybe a month. Only about half an hour went by, and you are watching as Syria is consumed by these walls of fog that seem to emulate the faces of screaming souls across the side of them, way off in the distance. And you watch Syria fall once more. And you have work to do.
Now I want to run an Eberron campaign.
Eberron's not bad, guys. Eberron's not bad. I've run a campaign for Eberron. It's not bad. And that is the story of Lana to Kenneth.
I'll be back.
Okay. Meanwhile, before we go to break, later that very day, the winds howl. Storms shake the windows. Lightning and the thunder burn. Somewhere in the palace, Zabylna is very angry. Do either Trixie or Brock go to try and find her?
Yes, I do.
That would probably be well, I don't know if it would be a good decision, but I think that's going to be the decision I'd make.
Fair enough.
Do we ever make good decisions, Brock?
Is it a good decision or is it a fun decision? And Zabylna, standing out in her courtyard. The various gnome gardeners have all ducked for cover. And you see Zabylna producing lightning and thunder and screams in anger as the fountain to her right just telekinetically explodes into a million fragments. Lightning rains down from the sky and she is in an absolute fury. And as you all walk out, she turns and she says, "What? Are you two come to the circle to abandon me as well? Without a word, Lorna and Nithroel depart from my palace and you come as well? Desertion, is it?"
No, we're here for you.
What has happened? Where have they gone?
You asked Nithroel to go.
I did no such thing. And where is Lorna?
She said she got your permission to go back to Eberron.
I gave no such permission. Lies! Flames erupt as she starts disintegrating her own gardens or her own tower palace as rock goes flying in just a fury of her fey anger. All of Prismeer is summoned under the storm of her anger. And she says,
"Does your friend, by chance, have the ability to look like you?"
"My friend? Of whom do you speak?"
She's just chugging out of a bottle.
she's got fucking vodka. And she's just... She's a little drunk. Who are you talking about?
Your horn friend. What's his name? I know his name. She says his name. I'm forgetting things.
Grizz's.
Grizz't, thank you.
She narrows her eyes. She says, He wouldn't.
He wouldn't?
Really? Seems like the exact thing he would do.
Yes, he would do it, but I do not see the purpose in sending away my trusted aide. He means to weaken me. He means to take what I have. And she begins to sort of levitate as she begins to sort of like move towards the palace doors as the doors sort of open and then rip off of their hinges and go flying off the mountainside as she begins to sort of move into her palace like some conduit of anger, devastation. If there ever was a wizard who could barbarian rage, this would be it. And as she disappears within her palace, that's what we're going to break.
I'll just say I will follow at a
Ooh.
distance, but yeah.
The plot thickens.
Right?
He's such a dick!
Yeah. I love
Well,
it.
now Trixie's following her, but she's wondering if Jace has really been freed or not. She's because we were just about to go do that.
Yeah, which Zabylna have I been talking to? Yeah.
Wow. All right then.
All right.
Fuck, man.
Man.
So yeah, if you ever want to run a high level campaign in Everon, the way we've written Lana is there are 3 people who are putting forces together for the throne of Ciri. It's like divided into 3 factions. And Lana would legitimately be able to look at all of them and go, none of you are competent, and in status, she's on par with all of them. Like in a
so you can become number 4, basically.
Yeah, in a hierarchy with everybody who died in Ciri, these 4 are ranked equally and considered equally amongst peers.
Cool.
So that would be awesome. And Merrick's Decaneth is a fucker. He's really smart. He's a really good artificer.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking lore there. There's a lot of lore in Everon.
When I was doing the dive to discover Lana, I was fascinated. I mean, the dude created a world and then just kept creating for it. Like, Keith Baker is his own thing. That wasn't actually done by Wizards. It was released by Wizards, but it was a passion project, and it's the same guy has kind of been advising on it this whole time. So the lore is super deep.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of how they like turn everything on its head, and yeah, it's pretty good time. There's a lot of misconceptions. I'll admit though, I don't know where the fuck Kalishtar came from. It's the most like strange race. It doesn't make any. It's like an aberrant ASMR. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
People fucking love it.
Yeah, they're from the ether of Sybaris.
No, I understand the lore, but it doesn't like I get the lore, but it's just such a weird race that just came out of like left field and everyone loves it, and I have no idea why people like it. It's not, I don't get it at all. They're like they're like sexy, like
they're like
aberration.
They're like if Eladrin were also celestial. Little less celestial.
They're not bound to celestials. They're bound to aberrations. They're bound to like dream spirits.
I know, but I mean that's kind of dream spirits.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just don't get why people want to play them so damn bad. Like they're not that interesting to me. They don't tickle my fancy. in any way, shape, or form. I personally think like the main art is just really good, and everyone's like, I want that vibe. Or maybe people just want to have sick nightmares, and that's fair. I can. Oh, they want psychic power. They want to have the mind link. That's why. They want free telepathy. They're plagued about nightmares, but they don't dream. Anyway, I'm gonna go. We're going to go.
So Lana,
Yes.
can you run me down again? What was Lana's reasoning for leaving again?
So it was binary. The first
Okay.
part, and the part that was important to Zabylna, the only thing that would have mattered to her at all, is that Lana is an Oath of Redemption paladin. So there's certain things that she just can't do. They're in violation of her oath. So starting with, she could go to this person and say, hey, Zabylna needs your sword. Would you hand it over? But that's about all that Lana could do. Not only could Lana not do anything to take the sword, she's actually honor bound by her oath to prevent you from doing anything to take the sword. You can see how this complicates matters, yes?
Wait. So,
Oath of Redemption paladins are the paladins you think of, the ones that are just a little too goody two shoes. It's just that kind of paladin.
one second.
Zabylna just read her the riot act for killing someone who was trying to assassinate you guys. And jumped on her for laying out just how dire the situation was in regards to like how deep it lies, how difficult it could potentially be to end this thing.
Right.
Ryan has already oath broken Lana once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like there was a whole arc where Lana was oath broken. So this has actually been a really big deal. So Lana's essentially saying, I would rather you kill me than put me in a position where I'm going to break my oath. If I'm going to break an oath, then let me just break it here and do it quick and clean, because she can't, in her mind, you cannot use evil means to do good. So even the chance of releasing something that was walking death, Lana could never do. Like that's an alignment violation deep in her backstory. Lana was a poor choice for this campaign, but legitimately, as soon as she walked into there, she would be oath broken. And we just finished going through an arc about Lana being oath broken. You were gone for that was a period where you might have been in Europe, perhaps, so you missed like 2 or 3
Maybe.
sessions. But yeah, no, it was actually a really, really big thing.
I mean, the idea of like an Oath of Redemption paladin, right? It's kind of like you believe that anyone can be redeemed, right? So like you, even when you face off against like bad people, it's so that you can eventually hope to turn them to the light. But if you can't, then that's when all of those
You're not supposed to take any aggressive action first.
Where does it say that?
Look through it. It's part of the arc. It's part of the Oath of Mercy. That's a big part of it. So the reason she was oath broken before is that somebody was running away, Lana honestly thought if this person gets to their outcome, they're going to start a war over nothing because this war is bullshit. But even doing so, she was oath broken and was literally going mad over a number of sessions. And then in this last session, Zabylna just read her ass about oath breaking.
So, you said this was under which oath?
Oath of redemption. I'm
Yeah,
curious,
but-
why are you, I feel like you're wanting to rules lawyer this, and I'm just curious as to why.
I'm just trying to, help Lana stay in as best I can.
Why? She's gone. We're not going to retcon
Because
it.
she's awesome.
Wow, really? Thank you.
Yeah.
I did not realize wow, cool. Thank you. The other part is part of her backstory, though. Like, literally, one of the things that she asked Mordenkainen is what happened. And the part about her country being blown off the map is not it's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what happened. The country of Syria, the entire country of Syria, no longer exists. Behind the scenes of what Lana knows, the capital city of Eston, which is where she happened to be standing, there were 3 creation forges. The creation forges are where the Warforged, the race the Warforged, are made. Somehow, her cousin Merrick's, who is a deeply skilled artificer, figured out how to create life, because the Warforged have souls. They have wills of their own. Well, you're only supposed to have creation forges within so many distance of one another, and it's quite far because of the sheer magical stuff. There were only supposed to be 3 in Eston, and that was pushing it. Lana knew for a fact there were 4, and that's in the lore. It's in the lore that there were 4. So Lana knew that there were 4, even though it was on the down low. She suspects there were 5. And what would happen if anything went awry is that once one blew, because they were so close to each other, within a matter of seconds, they would all blow. That's just how that works. And in her mind, she thought maybe the city of Eston is gone. She didn't realize that the whole country was gone, which is what Mordenkainen told her. And what that means is that everybody at the capital's gone, everybody at the university's gone. So more than likely, the only people in her family who were like you got the rulers, who's their political bodies, and you've got House Decaneth. Well, House Decaneth are the makers. In Eberron, you have people who are dragon marked. That's marked from the body of Sybaris, which is literally the dragon whose body creates the planet of Eberron, or the plane of Eberron. And like House Jurasco, she's mentioned House Jurasco. House Jurasco are healers. So House Jurasco would go onto the battlefields. When Lana failed her test of Sybaris, which is weird because she really was a prodigy and everybody expected her to walk through her test, and she did. So to come out unmarked was wild. She always had a problem with thinking that her family were warmongering, because after 100 years, she knew her family were geniuses and there's no reason for the war to be going on, except that they were profiting off of it because she's really pretty smart. And so she took an oath, and her only function was to protect medical units. She was never a go out and defend anything. She was the medical unit is retreating, and I'm guarding their retreat. I'm keeping people safe. That was why she took the oath. There was a point at which she almost died. And in that battle, her dragon mark came in. And as soon as that came in, she basically went to the university, because that was when she realized that the Warforged have souls. At some point, they would realize that they have souls and they would do something about it. Her entire exoskeleton, her armor, that was like a Gundam suit. She had developed that as the next step in defense when humans, flesh and blood, had to go back into war. That was her entire story. That's her entire backstory.
Well, hold on, because you said she didn't do like any defending, but also like say that medical unit was, you know, stuck on the front and they were healing people and, you know, they have to do it right there. And, you know, there's enemies all around.
If you
right?
retreat, she would let you retreat. She would not advance.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I get that part, but like if you're with the medical corps, like, you know, helping them, then if they need to heal somebody, then you would be there defending them, right?
Absolutely. But if that person decided, hey, this is too much smoke, I don't want any more, Lana would be like, all right, go away, scram.
Yeah.
Because her oath would not allow her to follow. If they give up, not only can she not take action against them, she can't let anybody else. And the reason I know this is because Ryan and I argued about it, and that was how he ruled.
So if someone,
I tried to letter of the law that, and he's like,
Yeah, so if say your people, they're at the front, they're literally helping, you know, fallen soldiers or whatever. You're there defending them. And then a whole bunch of enemies, you know, start charging. Like, I mean, you're gonna kill them.
Yes,
right?
I am. Yes, I am. If they don't stop, yes, I am. But I will not engage until they engage, and if they stop engaging, I will let them go. And that is like those are tenets of her oath as described to me by our dungeon master.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not inherently wrong. I just hope that you're not taking some of those oaths too literally. I mean, yeah, they're pretty straightforward, but also like if you feel like
I feel like I've been kind of beat up by the oaths in this campaign, and that's not the campaign that I wanted to play. The paladin part was supposed to be part of her backstory. She's literally 4 levels of paladin. The vast majority, she's 11 levels of artificer. Like that's what she's devoted her life to. And the ways in which she's useful really are not ways that I mean, maybe they're ways of Zabylna that Zabylna could have seen if Zabylna was Zabylna, but Zabylna was the asshole demon, apparently. So, and Lana would not have even thought to insight check that. She's not wise. We've already established that. She is very, very smart. She has very little common sense. I might ask Ryan if I can level her up one and give her a couple of wisdom. I feel like this experience has made her wiser.
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it don't matter now because she's not like a part of the campaign.
No, someday I might actually play a high level Eberron campaign, and I will absolutely bring her into this because I love this character.
Yeah. I mean that's like when you cross that bridge, right? Like if we're getting to the point where Lana can like come back in, all cool, then you know either Ryan will reach out to you or you reach out to Ryan, something like that, and then be like, all right, like has she leveled up much, like, you know, since then? Like if is she the same level as everybody else, like, and then like with that leveling, you know,
I have an arc in mind, and you know something, yeah, that there's still a door. Once she has things in motion, she could come back, but and especially where she's landed, her entire family is in Poppers is in disarray. Like this is probably a good time. It was horrible to see it, but yeah, she needed to be there. And the ideas that I have for the next character, are hot. Like I'm super like I've got a couple of concepts and I love
Mhm.
them all. And she's fey as fuck.
That always
Like
helps.
she's
This
like
is the campaign
if
for
Ryan
fey
approves
creatures.
any of what I've pitched, like no matter what direction we go, she's fey as fuck.
Yeah.
Muy interesante.
Where is it?
And it'll be nice to have a ranger in the party because that was one of the things I was going to pitch. And now that we have one, I won't.
Well, we don't, you know.
And now that we don't have a magic user,
Don't get your hopes up about Jace. He's not even that good. He's kind of trash, you know.
Is he?
well, if he's you know leveled up in his bubble,
Did you level him up?
No, did you answer my question?
Brandon always with his secret questions.
What?
Messages.
I don't.
What question? Where?
Oh, you know, just like the only one that said DM to you. That's kind of crazy.
In the Zoom chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here we go. Oh yeah, of course, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Brandon with his secret messages.
You always got secret
You
questions
love doing
out.
it, and I
You
think it's
love the
great.
secret questions.
I like. I don't know. I feel like there's some things that you have to work with your DM on, like on a. I like using this
On a
word.
personal
The
note.
on a clandestine
In like
level.
a secret,
Yeah.
sort of intimate kind.
Yeah, I've
And
only
then,
done it a
like-
couple times, but Trixie's pretty,
Yeah.
you know, she's more open than other people, other
Uh-huh.
characters.
And yeah, I don't know. I feel like and it makes it better for you all as the players too, because then like if I work this thing out with Ryan and I are tracking, and then like when it finally happens, then it's for y'all, it's like, or at least I hope it is, like what? Like, oh my god. This whole time. You know,
This
shit like that.
whole time.
Yeah, I will say one of the side conversations Ryan had was about Nithril, so you know it happens both ways sometimes.
Huh?
Oh.
You'll have to wait and find out.
Excuse me? Okay.
Ooh. Ooh. I might. There's a small chance, depending on how long I stall this session for, I might end up rewriting the lore for what you guys are doing in the Shadowfell,
Mm,
depending. But we'll see. We'll see. Probably not, but maybe. Just because reasons.
yo.
You know that carnival we talked about? Forget about it. It's over.
Forget
It
it.
never happened.
No, wait. I might. I don't want to change it that much. It might just be along the lines of like, it might not be the sword that you're looking for. It might be
Okay.
something else, something like that. Or I don't know.
It's Grizz't that wants the sword.
It's Grizz't that wants the sword.
I want the sword.
no shit. No shit.
Well,
Oh,
you guys.
Yeah,
you guys
because
will- you
Lana
guys will
because
see.
Lana would ever wield any like she'd destroy it. But she like that's
Well,
what she wouldn't though.
So
Lana's real like
you
at
guys,
her
you guys will
core,
see
she's
what's going on. I was trying to put together like an arc that would be like super rewarding for like a redemption individual, right? Where it's like here's some evil folks who maybe just need a push in the right direction, and
Hmm.
so and I was trying to like plan out like a cool item for each character, and I started with Lana. So
I'm sorry.
it's okay. You gotta do what you like, but I might need to change things up so that I'm
It
not
kind of
just
works
calling
out
in
though
some random
because we're
paladin.
just deciphering this, and maybe even she got it wrong, Zabylna.
Yeah,
right?
maybe she.
So
That's it. Maybe she got it wrong. That's it.
So even if we go looking for this thing, then maybe it's not the thing, or
That's
it's
right,
not
Trixie,
exactly
good
what she
job.
thinks it
You're
is.
just gonna have
She's
a
not
fun
an
I just
all-knowing
felt like
deity,
Lana
guys.
has always been not like she's a cool character, but
Mhm.
not in the Feywild. Like
It's a tough thing to have
I
in the
thought it
Feywild.
might be a nice little counterpoint, but it wasn't. It was just discordant the entire time.
Yeah.
There were a couple of
I-
cool moments, but it was just a lot of
Brock and Trixie are really chaotic, so like
yeah.
I feel like trying to get a paladin in there with like rules is
sorry about
harder.
that.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I think the right paladin works, but like
Yeah.
Oath
Yes.
of Redemption is
but the oath, yeah, it's
the most
the oath.
infamously difficult.
hmm
You have to be ready to go in for that, because it's very much like it's the pacifist paladin,
Yeah, like,
which I don't think Lana was a pacifist.
I mean, what would Superman be, you think?
No, she'd probably be devotion,
You think so?
if you ask me. Yeah, because honesty, protect the innocent, be good, do justice. Redemption's about like bringing the wicked to the side of good, or using violence as a last.
I mean, that's how I love to play like Fallout and like, games like that.
Yeah. Well, you like to talk, and then I
Yeah.
love it when they're like, "No more talking, skinny boy. I'm gonna shoot ya," and you're like, "Haha, you're stupid.
You activated my trap card.
You activated
Oh,
my
so-
trap card, which
oh,
is
so you're
I'm better at murder
stupid.
than you." Also, you're stupid. Oh, I like playing Skyrim and doing like the stealth archer build, and then or the stealth like knifey guy. I don't like to do the archer. Sometimes the archer. I've done the playthrough, but the
Archer's-
knifey guy. And then when the stealth doesn't work out, you just murder hobo the entire fucking everything, and then it's like, you guys found me. I guess I'll kill all of you.
Dude, have you ever like been in Skyrim and like you're trying to like steal something and then like you get spotted and then you try to kill the guy and then somebody sees you kill that guy and then
Oh, it's a
three
fucking chain
people see
reaction.
yeah, and then before you know it, like you've had to slaughter like the entire town. You're like,
I know,
it's
you're
okay,
like,
it's okay. Oh god, oh god.
Reload.
I accidentally picked up the spoon and now everyone's dead.
Yeah,
Yeah, and now everyone's dead.
it's so
I honestly
unfortunate.
found out. Have you guys ever played Oblivion, where it's like the 1995 version of Skyrim that's like a little extra glitchy and kind of funny? Stop it, in the name of the law.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played through it all the way, but I mean, for its time though, I will say,
Oh,
like,
dude.
like
When my friends
it's,
put me onto that in high school, that's
Yeah.
all I did for like a year.
dude, it's still like, if you pick it up to this day, yeah,
You have to eat through the graphics and
yeah,
and
but
kind of shitty mechanics.
I'll say,
and,
I think it's still aged like amazing.
yeah, the story though is Dark Brotherhood storyline for that one.
And
Yeah,
it's so
damn,
iconic of a game.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, and I finally
This is the
did that
plot where you're
Vanguard
related
thing.
to death.
I finally got a chance to play Starfield again after like fucking 12 days, and yeah,
Starfield, it's not
I'm
a
working
computer.
on trying to beat the simulator, because
Oh,
I swear
you
to
wanna
God
beat it
they cheat.
entirely?
Yeah, like fifth
okay.
and sixth like
Oh,
level.
I can't get
or-
past fifth. I can't get past
Dude,
fifth.
they cheat. They
Well,
disable
they send
your
fucking 5 dudes after you that are the
yeah,
same ship quality.
they take
and
away
like,
your upgrades.
yeah,
I've been trying to hack into it and then give it like have the super fucking debug ally.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
You could like
But,
use a digipick on the terminal that you restart, and
Oh.
you get like another ally, and you can make infinite upgrades that carry on through the tiers.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let's play D&D. I think it's time. We've got all the PC. I think we got Brock. Are you with us, Brock?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
Brock is
We
leaving
have
too.
the 2 PCs who are here right now, which is Trixie and Brock,
Oh,
so we can
jeez.
play. I feel like it's necessary to change the music slightly. from Wizard Smoke to something more
Who would not
suspenseful.
separate a man
Yeah, I don't know
from
why.
his
Usually I
king?
can barely hear the music, but now you're really quiet, Ryan, but the music is really loud. I don't know. But everybody else is loud. It's just you that are quiet for me.
Quiet. I'll fix it. Or I'll try to. Let me go look at my inputs.
His voice is so sweet and sultry on the ears, ain't it?
How about now?
Perfect.
Definitely
Oh my god.
better.
Sorry about that.
You
I was
okay,
outside
buddy?
of myself. Oh shit.
That's so sad. That's funny. That's funny shit. Ah, fuck. Okay. I feel like this is the wrong set. Let's do Eden's approach. Okay. So. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's do this in the throne room. It seems like the most dramatic place to do any conversation ever. And he's already here, so it works out. We'll make him. He's technically a huge creature, but they say he only stands about 8 feet, 9 feet tall, so I don't understand. Is what I'm trying to
Dick
say.
energy.
Big dick energy. Yeah. His reach is so long, and it's not his arms.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. I don't.
I got you.
We've gone
I'm
down
sorry.
this path
Were
now.
were we recording? Fuck, we were recording. Okay. Anyway,
Cancel.
cancel.
Strike that from the record.
Strike it. Strike it. Scrub the tapes. Okay, so Zabylna starts going room to room, throwing doors open to the point where they're falling off the hinges. The goblin servants are just running for cover to hide in broom closets and so on and so forth. And she's sort of storming through. Eldritch magic's just sort of pouring off of her. She calls out for Grizz't throughout the halls. Where are you, Grizz't? Come out and face me now! Where are you? And eventually she sort of across the court of storms and blows her doors open on their hinges, and you guys are sort of running to keep up as she's just sort of flying across, and she ends up in the room here where Grizz't is. He's kind of a dick. He's sitting in her throne, which is probably a big no-no, right?
Probably just fucking lounging in it.
Oh yeah, he's lounging.
Legs up, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got a leg up over the arm. He is fully lounging. He's got a shit-eating grin on his face. And as Zabylna enters, just sort of just enraged, Grizz't goes, "What?" And she roars angrily, and she is going to throw a force of telekinetic energy at him. And her spell save is pretty fucking high. He needs to make a strength save. She casts her arm forth, and her throne, the two pillars behind the throne, and Grizz't go hurling from their space and go flying, despite being a demon lord of magnificent everything. Grizz't goes flying, and the back half of smashes off the wall, boom, and then keeps going and fucking lands across the ground, sort of picks himself up off the ground and goes, "I haven't been thrown around like that in some time, dear." And she sort of stalks through angrily and grips some of the telekinetic power and pulls him towards. We'll see if he can resist. Nope. And and his feet sort of skid across the ground as she just ragdolls him up to him. And he just sort of hangs there. And just kind of looks down and goes, "You dismiss my paladin. You dismiss my wizard. What gives you the right? Why did you think I wouldn't know?" And he goes, "I was doing you a service, Lady of Prismere." And she sends him flying again. Though he might resist, he just can't stand up to the power of her magical abilities. He goes flying through the next pillar. The actual building now beginning to sort of, when you guys are sort of like seeing the sort of like little rocks tumble, as about 3 support beams have been destroyed. And then she sort of cranes him back, sort of floating in the air in front of her as she continues. And she says, "For what purpose?" And he sort of, and he's taken damage here and there, but like, or actually, he hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Like, he's been just thrown through everything, and he looks none the worse for wear. Maybe a little dirty, but that's about it. And he goes, "You are fighting these iron creatures. You are using your artificer incorrectly. And that wizard was better served at the Winter Court. I was just moving the process along for you. Don't you appreciate a little act of service? Isn't that your love language or some shit like that?" And she says, "No." And she just throws him across the room again. And he goes like, he just, despite his skills, they're not working right now. And he goes flying across the room and head bashes through, and he sort of begins to stand up. She goes, "No, my love language is touch, and that's only when I'm fucking and throwing you through walls." And she just keeps sending him like flying around the room. And after about 10 minutes, she's like, just sort of like in a deep breath, and he stands up, still a little dusty, but not hurt at all in any way, shape, or form. And he goes, "So, are you done? Because I'm done." And she kind of like stares at him, and she's gonna try and grip him with telekinesis again. This time this time the force blasts past him. He doesn't move an inch, and the back wall just cracks under the force of it. And he is going to move across the room at her. He's going to punch her in the face.
Ooh.
Yep, that'll easily do it. So the wind, and he sort of narrows his eyes and moves across and just balls his fist and just punches her across the face. Blood splatters across the ground. And he'll do it again.
Can we do anything?
Yeah, you can hop in. Just give me a second. Let me get my shots.
I was gonna ask, do we get the impression she wants us to hop in?
You don't know. She's getting punched in the face a bunch of times. You can make an insight check if you
I meant
want.
kind of like leading up to it, but
Leading up to it, she looked like she was having her fun, but suddenly he's a threat.
25.
25. You don't think she'd be upset,
Okay.
if you stepped in. But he suddenly just like moves across the room at her and like punches her in the chest, so she flies up about 10 feet to like eye level with him, and he just punches her like down into the ground. There's a resounding crack in the ground as she hits the ground at his feet. And if you two want to do something, feel free.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna rage.
Yeah, you go into a rage.
Let me roll for that.
Yeah. Could you imagine it's a disaster? You roll like the D20 and the like 5 things go off.
Okay, it's a 2 on the D20, and then a 1 and a 5 on the table. On the barbarian surge. So either shadowy tendrils or retribution. Let's go with the shadowy tendrils. I think that's a little more thematic for getting ready for the Shadowfell.
Fair enough. These black shadowy tendrils begin to seep in and around your body in preparation to retribution for your enemies.
It says each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet must succeed a con save or take 1d12 necrotic damage. You also gain 1d12 temporary hit points.
Okay, he doesn't roll. Oh, well, this is magic, so. Fuck, you rolled really bad. That's a 15.
That meets it.
Oh, meets it, beats it. Okay. the tendrils try to sort of like snake up his back and kind of sort of like fall away. You gather that he has some resistances to magic. Trixie, did you want to do anything?
Yeah, I was not prepared for this fight, but I'm gonna fucking moonbeam him at 6th level.
Moonbeam at 6th level. Understood. As you put your hand forth to moonbeam, he sort of flips his finger over his shoulder, and the magic just sort of fizzles out in your hand as he negates spell.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Negate this axe.
Negate this axe. Yeah, go for it. I love that shit. Go for it.
All right, I'll
Negate this axe. I love that shit.
I don't suppose I can get flanking Zabylna.
Yeah, you can flank him with Zabylna.
All right. Technical advantage. 23.
23 will hit. Yes, he's unarmored right now.
Let's see here. Woodcutter's axe. D8. That's an 8. 16 slashing damage.
16 slashing damage. Is this magical? This is magical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll take 16. Yeah, you carve into him once in the back of the leg. And yeah, black blood oozes out of the wound. And he sort of grunts in pain from that.
Do I get both my attacks?
Yeah, go for it. You get your full round.
22.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Uh, 10.
10. 10 more damage he will take. Absolutely. He takes the damage as you cleave in the back of his leg twice. Magic goes off, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Brock.
Totally. I've got Gnomish Cunning, so advantage on
Yes, sir.
saving throws against magic. That's a natural 18, 19.
19 is a failure, I'm afraid to say.
Ooh.
You are under the effects of Dominate Person. And he looks over his shoulder at you, and you hear within your mind the voice of Grizz't go, "You be a good boy, and keep the druid busy." And you suddenly feel deeply compelled to do so.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you see the bear suddenly turn on you, Trixie. And with that, he is going to yeah, easily so. He then leans down and sort of grabs Zabylna, sort of like, he has a big ass hand, so he kind of like grabs her by the back with his like fingers like kind of laced around her throat, and kind of like just sort of pull her head, or he'll take her hair and just kind of pull her hair back so that he's like looking at her, and she's like looking up at him with like blood trickling down her mouth. And he says, "Are we calmed down now? Or do you need a little bit more?" And she kind of like looks up at him and at everyone else, and she says, "Unhand me." He kind of like looks at her, and he says, "I didn't hear a please, dear." She says, "Unhand me." And he will let go of her. At this point, I imagine, Brock, you're just sort of like there, just kind of like eyes leveled at Trixie. You know, it's kind of like a standoff between you and Brock at this moment. And Zabylna is allowed to rise to her feet. Grizz't sort of minimizes back down to a more humanoid, tall, but still humanoid sized.
Do I understand what's happened to Brock?
I'll say that you see his eyes have glazed over, and like there's sort of like an obsidian blackness to the whole of his eyes. He looks. You're pretty sure he's dominated.
Okay. Can I do something?
Yeah.
Can I polymorph? Try to polymorph Brock.
Yeah, anyone polymorph from them, dude?
A bird that I know will want to fly up, like high, would want to be high. I don't know, or like a bat maybe.
An
Bird that
albatross.
want to be high. An albatross. Yeah. Okay. A bird that's like natural instinct would be to like fly upward.
Yeah, or like a bat or something that'll go up.
Okay, we'll say a bat. Why don't we say a bat? Okay, make a wisdom saving throw, Brock. You'll have advantage because you're, you.
Because I'm me and
It's gonna beat a 21.
wisdom.
Or hit a 21. Yeah.
All right, I'll need a natural 20. I don't get it.
Oh man. So Brock turns into the bear bat.
The bear bat. It's an extra furry bat.
Yeah. The bear bat. The
An
bear
extra
bat.
cuddly bat.
Oh, give me my bat. Where's my bat? There it is. Suddenly he's a very big bat. Nah, he's just a little bat. And he just sort of starts sort of.
Am I still dominated as a bat?
You are still dominated as a bat, but you are limited by your intelligence. So I'll tell you
Okay,
what. Maybe just a flat intelligence check, and I believe you'll have a negative. This should be a D20 -4.
Okay, totally.
I'm pretty sure. I'll go double check the bat stats, but I'm not holding out for a lot of
bat
intelligence.
The
The
bat.
bat
stat.
stats.
This is just straight no advantage.
Oh, sorry. It's a -4. Yeah. No advantage because you're not a gnome right now. You are a
Yep,
bat.
I'm the bat. That is a 6 -4, 2.
Okay. Like Grizz't is your ally. He's your trusted ally, and he commanded you to do something, but you can't remember what exactly. So you just figure you're just gonna fly up. And you just start.
And I would love.
Going.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I would love to just walk around that pillar and maybe lean up against it. Nope, the
That
other
one right there.
closer to him.
That one.
Yeah, just on the other side. Like walk around it so he can
Like
see
hiding
me.
a little bit.
Not
Or you just-
hiding.
Oh, I got you. Just sort of like in the periphery, like you're
Yeah.
there.
That's it.
As Zabylna sort of rising to her feet, like clearly like not one to usually control her emotions, but in this particular moment, she's like trying to keep it down. And as she's sort of rising up and sort of gathering herself, Grizz't kind of looks over at you and like sees the bat and goes, "Ah, perhaps you're the jewel of this court. Who's to say?" Oh, well, actually, here's a fun fact. He cast dominate person on Brock. Now that Brock isn't a person, he's now considered a beast. I would say he's no longer dominated. So I would say that's what happened, actually.
Yeah.
So you would have countered that by that. So he's no longer dominated. And as Zabylna sort of stands up and looks up at Grizz't, he'll put a hand out and sort of gesture with his hand, and you're going to see all of the mess of the room. Some of it will sort of like move aside as like the throne sort of like telekinetically moves up and sort of like returns to its space to fight, despite the fact the back has been like blown off. And he just sort of like returns it to where it was, and he like offers for her to sit, and he kind of just like moves to the side, gives her space, and she kind of like looks at him like ready to pop, but she regardless does move to her seat, and she does sit on it with her fingers like curled across the arms. He says, "I have your contracts, your treaties of Azugrat. I found where they were hiding." And she says, "You're giving up The only reason I'm letting you stay here is an unexpected move. He says, I told you I'd find them for you. I didn't say I'd give them to you just yet. But I am nothing if not generous to the people I care about. So I shall make you a deal, Zabylna. I'm no devil. I'm just a demon in what I am. You are sending these adventurers, as he looks up at the bat, to the Shadowfell, the Dark Plane. Yeah, because that's kind of like doing one of these as Brock's like flying around his head.
Brock is the
like
happiest
looking
little
for an
bat.
open window.
You're desperately looking for an open window.
I sense it's twilight and it's time to hunt.
Yeah, you like fly out the door and you're like, woo! And it's
Hey,
there he
yo.
goes. There he goes. Or maybe
I'm
now
funny
you're definitely like
Lucy.
you're definitely at like the stained glass windows, like bumping against the stained glass windows, trying to get out. The lights sort of coming in. That's definitely what's going on. And he goes, "You're sending your friends to the Shadowfell. Why not kill two birds with one stone? You send them there, and you come with me to Azagraz. Just like old times, darling. You can see what my kingdom has become. I will give you your treaties, and we can part in good company. Peace can be between Prismere of the Feywild and Azagraz, the Abyss. I know you've been toiling with demonology even since you left. I see no reason why we have to be enemies. We were such good friends." And Zabylna says, "Oh, I remember your friendship, Grizz't. Yes, I remember your tricks and your deceits." And Grizz't says, "And I remember you used to smile on your lip when I did them, and you returned them in kind, love. We played together, me and you, and I remember the fun we had. The kingdoms we made bend to our heel. We could be so much. How powerful you've grown. Why, there was a time when you tried to throw me across the room and I could hardly stand it. Now look at you. Orc, Fey, and Demon Lord, we are worth one another." And she says, "The treaties are in Azagraz. Why not bring them here?" And he says, "You know why. Because I want you there. Let's not play games. I have what you want, and you're what I want."
I'm like subtly shaking my head like this behind him.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh god, fuck.
Versus Grizzt's persuasion check.
Which is pointless. I'm
Uh,
gonna use my inspiration that I've been holding on to for a very long time.
Okay, go
Not
for it.
that it'll matter. I'm going to anyways. No, I rolled the same fucking thing. 7.
7? Okay, his 21 beats you.
I was never even gonna get a 21.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. You shake your head. She sees that. She turns back to Grizz't and says, "I am not yours to have, Grizz't. You could play your game as long as you want, but the end will be the same result. I am not yours to claim. I am nobody's to claim. He says, "You're what? You're what?" Says, "I am Zabylna of Prismere." He says, "Well then, Zabylna of Prismere, prove it. You want to protect the little folk with your wishes? Come. Gain the treaties so you can protect the little folk. And return to your palace in good health. You have my word as the son of Asmodeus."
When?
So over his shoulder. And Zabylna sort of like stares him down as if to support your questioning. He says, well, just as soon as the lady is ready, of course. I have no timeline. I have all the time in the world. Zabylna thinks.
Do I get the idea that that means he can control time in his realm? I'm sorry.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Make me either an insight or arcana check. It is your choice.
21 insight.
21 insight. You get the sense that the answer's no. The only plane of existence that really fucks with time is the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
You get the sense that the comment was more a jab at the fact that he's in the Feywild right now, and she's an Archfey, and maybe it's a subtle sort of maybe he means it. Maybe he means that he's made arrangements so that time is not an issue for him right now. But you don't get the sense that he has the ability to control time now.
Okay.
Yep. Zabylna says, why would I agree to going and cornering myself in your plane? And he says, I have agreed to allow myself to be cornered in your plane for many weeks. You've had every opportunity to trap me in one of your magic mirrors like you did before, Zabylna, but you didn't. So allow me to extend the same measure of trust. She says, you have already broken my trust, sending away my closest allies. He says, Zabylna. The artificer was not long for this place. And you've had the wizard on so many little missions. Let's be frank. I was just moving the wheel along. Zabylna says, you were just sending away. And he sort of... I am not Igwilv any longer. And the paladin was proof of that. She is redemption, and I... And Grizz't says, redemption is bullshit. We are what we are, Zabylna. And that paladin was just confusing you. It is good she is gone. Now, I am going to go. I will make my preparations. And when you're ready, my dear, we shall travel once more to the abyss like we did so long ago. And you have my word. There and back again. No harm. As Lord of Azagrat and son of Asmodeus, I will bring no harm to you on my plane. Take time. Think. The treaties are sitting there waiting for you. And he will just sort of like walk to the door where you're there, Trixie, and he'll look at you and he'll say, move.
I'll step out of the way and bow.
And he just kind of gives you a grin. He gives you a little nod. And he proceeds outward to the pedestal there and then teleports away.
Oh god, okay.
You hear the rumbling of the Court of Storms outside as Zabylna's temper is but a thin veil, or the control of it anyway seems to be but a thin veil in this moment. And it goes from like an active storm to more of like a whirling wind, sort of representing the contemplation in her mind, sort of the dizzying thoughts whizzing through her head. As you can tell, she sits on the throne and thinks. Almost
Once
manically,
again,
she looks.
we leave the talking to fucking Trixie. But Trixie will go up. I don't know
Well,
how
you
Trixie,
know,
I name you.
I'd be there for you, but
I should
Trixie,
really
well-
increase my persuasion.
Trixie, while it's just me and you, I name you my head negotiator. You're clearly the most skilled person for the job. The most experienced, anyway.
I just want you to know, even though he
Yes.
said you two are what you are, you've chosen who you are, and you can continue to do that. These treaties were only a tool, and perhaps now we don't need them. We're not up against the other courts anymore. They seem to know the threat, and that was kind of what you wanted the treaties for to begin with, because we were not all combined against one enemy. Maybe it's something we can get later.
Perhaps.
I think if he gets you there, he'll be able to manipulate you easier. And perhaps what he says, you might not want to leave.
I am of such a power now that his magics don't have such great hold on me. I have resistance to his thralls. But there is a merit to what you say, admittedly.
Undoubtedly, I'm sure you've grown in power, but couldn't he have done the same?
The power of Grizz't does not come from his sword or his magic. It comes from his cunning, from his wiles, and from the incredible force of demons he has at his beck and call. He has... Trixie, you have not seen armies like that of which Grizz't commands. Whatever you have seen in your life or come to expect, it pales in comparison to the forces he commands. Enough to fill plains. He
Well,
is... Sorry.
Perhaps if you come to the conclusion that you do need to go there, maybe just wait and we'll go with you. You can go on your timeline, not his.
Frankly, Trisman, if he means to betray me, I don't think there is much that... If I'm being led into a trap, it may be best that you're not at my side when the trap is sprung, and maybe appear when the time is right, if that makes sense. I don't know if I want to go, but They courts are stubborn. They fight with each other, they make nonsense with each other, even in the wake of these Iron Fae who mean to spread and break up the Feywild. I wish to protect Prismere. This is my home. These are my people. And no court, iron or otherwise, is going to besmirch it. I have great power at my beck and call. And if this prophecy works out, perhaps you're right, perhaps I need not go. But then again, perhaps I mean to. Perhaps I'd like to. These treaties could create something of such power that would mark me. Mark my power the way it hasn't been marked before. No Fae would step on the doorstep of Prismere without their head bowed ever again. Not even the Summer Queen.
Speaking of the Summer Queen, is Jace really there waiting for us, or was that Grizz't?
No, he is there. He is there waiting. I have had his body transported already to Selenice, that the soul may be bound to it when my envoys arrive. So yes, that remains true. And I would recommend that you do indeed go find Jace and continue your journey into the Shadowfell and retrieve whatever it is we need to retrieve. I admit, the sword was meant for Lana, so I do not know who would wield it now. Perhaps... No. It would take... I don't know if the owner of the carnival could ever be swayed. The person who could do that is not here any longer, I don't think. But you all may try. Either way, go. You should go to the carnival. Go there. Seek out. Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps this is not the lead we're looking for, but either way, you'll have learned something about who you serve.
I think we'll go get Jace, but we'll have to come back here, because if we're leaving the Feywild, I think we'll want to do that near you, right? For the time thing.
Yes, absolutely. It is also worth mentioning that if you leave from here, I can transport you directly to the carnival. Much like the Witchlight Carnival, there is an entrance that connects directly to Prismere.
But won't we run the risk of the Nightwalkers coming into the Feywild, though?
Yes. But if you wish to proxy with the Earth Plane, you'll have to seek out the carnival yourself when you enter the Shadowfell.
I'm good at finding things.
It won't be like the Feywild,
No, it'll
where
probably
it takes
be
you
really
where you
hard.
want to go.
Yeah.
Yes, you actually have to look. Annoying.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. Either way, I shall let you know what I choose when it comes to Asagrat and its Demon Lord. Take Brock in all of his glory.
I'm going to wild shape after she's done talking into a large bird, and I'm gonna go try to catch that Brock. Yeah, pretty much, without biting him too hard, but in my mouth, and then bring him down. Yep, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Careful,
All right,
I have 1 hit point.
It's true. I could just, yeah.
You could just
I was thinking I was just gonna grab you in my mouth and not eat you and carry you down. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, definitely don't eat me.
If I can find
that'd be
you.
a bad idea.
He's still in the room. He's like trying to get out of all the stained glass
I thought
windows.
he left.
No, I said he left, but I think it's more likely he's just like poking at the stained glass windows trying to get out.
In that case, then I'll just he'll survive a fall. I'll just drop my concentration.
Rock, I don't think you're raging anymore because you're a bat. You don't have your own mind. You take 5 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground.
All right.
From 20 feet up.
Am I a gnome again?
You are... Fuck, that's a good question. No, you're still a werebear.
Oh.
No longer are you tiny, but you are back to being 1.5 in size.
Perfect. Well then,
He's
non-magical
damage.
That's true, yeah, you just hit the ground, you're like... It kind of feels nice, it kind of cracks your back a little bit. You're like, oh, okay. There we go, that's better. Like Mr. Incredible when he gets like... You're like, I feel better.
I love that scene, dude.
It's not a day that goes by where I don't want that.
He just starts laughing because he feels just like he did when he was younger.
Yeah, he's got that chiropractic. Perfect. Anyway. Igrig's standing around, he's going, boy, this is a shit ton of mess I gotta clean up now. Look at the size of me. I gotta go find some fucking goblins. This is ridiculous. And you two are dismissed, and we could just say that maybe Trixie brings you up to date, Brock, because you were a bat and you didn't care much about what was being said.
Yep.
And you guys can depart.
I'm just gonna transport us through a tree as close
you
to
go
the
right outside.
summer court, as we can.
Well, the good thing is the summer court is built upon giant silver trees, so it shouldn't be too hard. So you guys go right there. Love it.
I have to use my 7th level slot to do it, but I do that.
It's so bright. I made all this from scratch. I'm an insane person. This took months. I'm never building a board like this again. I hope you guys appreciate it.
You were so happy about it though. You're like, look what I built, guys.
I better be happy about it after
It's
like
awesome.
You can
3
see
or 4
everything in the
months.
distance.
That is
Honestly, I just kind of
all.
left those there just in case I needed more trees, but I was like, they're kind of aesthetic. I'll leave them there.
Mm.
Um,
It's like we're above the clouds.
you are above the clouds.
Yeah.
You're meant to be. Okay, let's see. Where am I dropping you? This whole place is literally made of trees. So I'll leave it to you, Trixie. Is there a place that you want to drop in Celanese?
Maybe like the treehouse hotel we stayed in.
Hey, perfect.
Come out some of there. Yeah. Like I don't want to just like end up in the throne room or anything like that. That would feel.
Hey guys. What's
Hey
up?
guys. I just.
Oh my god, what's going on? A little. Get out of here. A little portal opens at the side of the tree of Celanese, and Brock and Trixie navigate the Feywild in seconds. You guys have become experts at it. You make your way through the trees, and people go like, oh, I was really able to get to talk immediately as you're there, and they sort of like applaud your coming. And it seems that you guys have some reputation here in Celanese. Where would you like to go?
Should we meet with Brycel first?
We can try to find her. Yeah. Maybe.
Oh my god, hey guys, here I am. I'm right here.
Oh.
This is my major haunt, so like it makes sense that you'd find me here, right? Anyway, what is it that what brings you to Celanese? How fares the war?
We've come to retrieve Jace.
Oh yes, yes. Please, right this way. Well, to the palace we go.
Perfect.
She'll escort you guys to the palace. Without any issue, maybe 1 or 2 little pixie pranks, but nothing more than that. Just 1 or 2, you know, gotta keep it light. You make your way through the Summer Eladrin warriors. You step up to where you see beautiful Queen Titania doesn't seem to be there. She's where Titania? You're needed on stage. Okay, there you are. Titania sits upon her opulent, beautiful crystal dragon throne. And kneeling before it, you see an old friend. And rising forth, you see one of the greatest rangers to step foot in the Feywild rises once more. Jace Silverlong is back, baby. Titania says, Jace Silverlong, I hope your stay here in Celanese was a fruitful one, and you should know your sacrifice during the Summer Games was not in vain. We were very much entertained by what happened.
I am more than certain that it did entertain many. And my time here has been quite fruitful. If ever my service is needed again, I would hope maybe next time it was of a more voluntary nature.
Oh, you signed a contract. Have a nice day.
He
And
kind of just
please
like nods.
remember, if ever you're wishing to sell your soul to a better being than your mistress, the Summer Court is filled with wonderful Archfey, including myself.
I shall keep that in mind.
All right. Off you go. I have much to do.
Indeed. And then he turns to y'all with like kind of a brisk like a fucking WWE wrestler. Oh,
Winds
fuck.
blowing.
Oh fuck! What does this character have? Who is this guy? Okay.
So
Step
who is
up.
this guy?
And they're like,
Um.
yeah. You walk up and Brock and Trixie are like, who's that?
Do we know a Gith?
Do we know an alien? Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck, man.
You're a gift. You're a gift, dude.
It's like, well.
Far cooler as of late since Baldur's Gate came out.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Giths are in this season.
Gifts are in, gifts are hot. We want gift.
It's like, oh my days. The Knights of the Scorched Earth. Come. Well, some of you. You know, I was expecting a lot more to be here on my, well, return to the group.
At
Trixie
the end of
just,
the day, it's
like,
still just
rushes
Brock
in
and
and hugs
Trixie.
him.
Just, aww. Trixie runs in and gives a big hug. And at the end of the day, it's still Trixie and Brock dragging this party through the coals, keeping it alive. You can kill the rest of them or shoo them off, but you can't stop Trixie and Brock.
Well, what happened to everyone else? I would hope that, as much as I love you both, I would hope that it wasn't, oh dear, did they die in the conflicts, the ensuing war and all that jazz?
Oh no.
So many people have come and gone. Who was here when Chase left?
None of the three that have showed up. So, Wyatt was still here.
Wyatt, okay.
Nithrael was not.
Was
Zombie
Scales?
guy was not. I don't even think Scales was. Oh yeah, he was.
Howl's first character, Yona.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yona.
Here or
Oh,
not?
was-
I don't know.
Yona was not.
No.
Scales was because I remember fighting him
Mhm.
on like day one.
We went to space.
Yeah.
So just Wyatt, Scales, anybody else?
And Lana. He doesn't know Lana.
Doesn't know Lana.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're going back. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was Scales, you two, Jace. I think that was it. I don't think we were
And
at 6
Wyatt.
people.
And Wyatt.
And
Oh,
Wyatt.
Wyatt. Yeah.
So yeah, it was just Wyatt and Scales that you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but Scales
nobody's-
left like immediately after the
Yeah.
Spelljammer stuff, so
Scales
left.
is
He's still
out.
around the palace.
But they're
Scales
all
is
still
out fighting
alive.
for Zabylna. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They're all still
Wyatt
alive.
we found, all of his family, and he's just with them.
Oh. So it's only you two left.
There was some people that came, and then they all left. Everyone keeps leaving.
That may be because I was not present, I have to admit. But that's okay now, because I'm back. And
Nothing's ever gonna take me away again.
ever.
And we just
In that
so
moment,
happen.
a phoenix swoops down, grabs into Troy, and flies away. Oh, speaking of which, Brock, you still have your little phoenix baby, right?
Yeah, I got
forgot all
scored.
about
How
him.
has that not been brought up at all
I just
in
for-
like
we haven't brought it
months?
up.
I keep trying to
Hey.
train him, and I keep doing a bad job.
I just forgot all about it. So sorry, I just had a minute.
It's like
where I
an
was
untrained
oh, yeah.
puppy at the moment, like just making messes, getting into trouble.
Lighting everything on fire. You know how phoenixes are.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I suppose the first thing I want to ask is, what took you so long? Right.
War kind
Yeah.
of got in the way.
Yeah, there was some
Politics.
tension between Prismere and the Summer Court, so for a
Oh,
while you were a bit of a
really?
bargaining chip.
I find that incredibly hilarious because I was a rock material. So
Do you remember your time as a rock?
do I?
No.
Okay.
Let me think. I'll say yeah. Yeah, I'll say so. To the
Okay.
you were as for all intents and purposes a sentient magical item.
Hmm.
So you
Got it.
could like see sort of blind sight wise about 60 feet around you. You could communicate to those who touched the stone.
Okay.
And you just remember spending a lot of time in this like mighty stone elemental's palace as like an ornament until you were
Yes.
rescued by a
Yes,
dashing warlock.
dashing warlock.
Yep.
Who is that again?
If you want identity, I could give it to you.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me make
I
it quick.
assume we would have talked at least once.
A really beautiful summer eladrin by the name of
Or was it one of the twins?
no, one of the twins. A dashing summer eladrin by the name of Zenkorin. Who was a powerful warlock agent of the Summer Queen, who tricked, traipsed, spoke, and magicked his way into the palace, plucked you from the mantelpiece, and made his way, made a daring escape.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was quite aware of my surroundings throughout my journey. In fact, there was once when the stone elemental he brought in a bunch of other stone elementals that were wearing very scantily clad like braziers. It was quite strange.
Why are we zooming so far into Trixie there?
Because look how I didn't take in how anorexic Trixie was until this moment.
Skinny waist, bro. Skinny waist.
I guess so.
Yeah, that doesn't quite look right.
But yes, and then they proceeded to make a lot of boulder crashing noises. Okay.
Sorry, guys, keep going. I'm gonna stop.
Fucking child
Stop.
with his
I know. I'm
figures.
playing with my action figures. I'm sorry.
Okay. Then there were a bunch of boulder smashing sounds, and I didn't quite get a view of that. I wasn't quite sure what that was. Then another day, another slightly feminine-looking stone elemental was running around the palace, breaking windows and such. It seemed she was not very happy. She demanded something called child support. It was quite strange. Who would ever support a child? Am I right? And time kind of went by, you know, in a daze, really. And well, after I was rescued by that quite enchanting summer eladrin, he took me back here, and well, I was made to serve the Summer Queen, as it were. And then, well, here we are. Yes. I don't ever want to go back to that place. I've never felt so much of an object in my life.
You ever want to go back to being a rock or to the place you were a rock? Because we're kind of going there.
Are you fucking serious?
Momentary, just for a moment, but yes.
No,
So
not
that-
just for a moment. Not just for a moment. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine.
Why am I being tormented in this life?
So we have to go to the Shadowfell. But if we go to the Shadowfell, these Nightwalker things that are really bad will leak into possibly into the plane that we're in. So we want to leak those into the Earth plane and not to the Feywild.
So, why are we going?
If they leak into the plane we come from, you can't return to that plane.
And why are we going to the Shadowfell in the first place?
Zabylna wants us to find something. A
Well-
weapon of some sort.
A weapon.
You've been gone a while. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened, but right now we have to go to the Shadowfell and get a weapon.
Yep. Do you know the Witchlight Carnival, right?
Yeah. That's where I met all of you.
Of course. There's another one in the
There's a
Shadowfell.
similar carnival in the Shadowfell that we have
What?
to find. It's maybe we can walk and talk, and we'll just fill you in on everything.
Oh my god.
You guys go to the cafe where you have to pay a literal arm and a leg to drink, maybe.
We could just go back to Zabylna's.
Yeah, we just walk into
And
the
then-
nearest tree.
Yeah,
Okay.
You
we
just
can
hang
go
out
there.
in the Sale Court. I mean, it's fucking great out here.
I haven't actually been awarded the privilege to be free and to go out and buy things. So I would like to buy all of you a drink if I still have money.
We don't deal in money here.
What, they didn't
silly
let you keep the
ranger.
gem?
Well, the gem kind of dematerialized when I was brought forth, so yeah.
You
Like-
were the gem. Oh,
I
fuck, I
am
dropped
the
you
gem.
guys.
I mean, your mind and soul were the gem. We had your body.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shit, Ryan, how did that work?
I don't know. I'm trying, guys. There. Yeah. I did it.
Did you hear what they said?
No, what?
They said that they had my body.
Yeah, they had your body.
Okay. What happened to the body then?
Zabylna got it there, I think.
The body was just kind of like. It was pretty much one
Zabylna
of those-
arranged everything.
Yeah, you were a vegetable. Your body was a vegetable, and your soul was encased in a gem in the grand palace of the Great Khan of the
Mhm.
Earth Plane, and that was your soul was basically encased in a gemstone. And your body was just kind of a vegetable.
Mhm.
So Zabylna kept your body, and
Pristine condition. We only used it to
Pristine
hold
condition.
down maybe a handful.
you do notice
of,
you do
like,
have like a little
papers.
Zabylna tattoo, like right here,
Ah,
though.
shit.
So no, I'm kidding.
So did she send my body back to
Mhm.
the Summer Queen? Okay,
Yeah, to be rematerialized.
got you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, you guys are going back to Christmas.
Jace wants to do something else.
Definitely after a drink, if I could be awarded as such. What will everyone be having? I haven't used any form of currency in a very long time.
Didn't we have to trade like really weird things here, like memories or something? I can't remember. I thought there was something weird with
That's how it
the
works
different drinks.
everywhere.
Who took all of the things out of my pockets?
Why am I
Talk about it later.
What the
poor?
Ah,
What the?
I think actually I do have all of Jace's thing. I think I said I like took that and put it all in my bag of holding.
Yeah. Okay, so just so you know, Jace, if you're wanting, so you guys are stopped at the Cheery Cherry Inn. Curving walkways along the tree limbs eventually bring you to the face of an erected combination of tree houses with a cheerful cherry red facade and gilded edges. The path flows upward towards an open doorway beside the hanging sign proclaims it to be the Cheery Cherry Inn. And as you find yourselves within, they sell stuff. They just don't like to tell you what they sell. Okay, here we go. You walk up to Chestnut, the cheerful-looking figure with bouncing, bushing hair, dressed in cream leggings with a forest green jerkin and a floral shirt, with a big smile on her face, and she goes, well, welcome back. It's good to see you. Look, you guys are. Oh, it's so good to see all of you back at the Cherry Inn. Would you guys like something? Would you like something to drink? Don't worry, we accept gold here. We get pilgrims and stuff, but if you also want to do bartering, we do bartering as well.
Yes, if I could get a drink for me, my friends, and the Eladrin, please.
What a ladron.
Ryzel.
Is she not an Eladrin?
No, she might. I don't know. I don't know if the module tells you. Sure, she's an Eladrin. Actually, now my brain is begging me to tell it what
Right.
she is. I'll find out at some point, but she's an elf. That's the important part.
Undercover drow.
One of the many variants of elves. She will say, well, that's great. I'll tell you what. I got 4 different wonderful drinks here. There's the dream, from most expensive to least expensive. There's the dream berry concoction. There's the lantern tincture. There's the mana potion, and then there's the experimental mixture.
I believe I've had the experimental mixture.
Oh, it's good. It's different every time.
Oh, very well. Replayability. I love it. I'll get the experimental elixir.
5 copper, sir.
Yeah, make that 2.
Hey,
Hey, there we go.
Trixie, you've got my money, right?
I'll just pull out your backpack.
Okay.
Give it to you.
Would you like one too, miss?
I guess we're all having one. Yeah.
That's so great. Here you go. And she hands them to each of you.
Say
Each of you
5
have
copper.
a different. Yep. You all pass over the 5 copper, and you each get like a drink, and each one is a different color. They all look like basically like some kind of like fizzy cocktail, but they're all different colors. Like they throw fucking Jace.
Yeah, I think
you got
Jace
a blue
wanted
one.
to pay for our drinks, but
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you want to
did.
pay for them all?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
5,
Oh,
10,
then
15, 20.
be my
20
guest.
copper. Oh, please put your copper back, please.
perfect.
I'm a high roller today.
Level
Big
15.
spender.
I got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have like a blue drink, Brock has an orange drink, and Trixie has, of course, a green drink. But they're all fizzy, and they all look like fizzy cocktails, and they all look kind of yummy.
Oh, her as well.
Oh yeah, and Razil as well will also accept one and be like, when in the summer court.
Yes, indeed.
She'll
Alright.
raise hers, and she says, well, here's to all of you. I think the Knights of the Scorched Earth, those veterans who will survive this group, its lady, and perhaps even this war.
Here.
All right.
Everyone roll D100.
100. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, she's like, ooh. She like ducks behind the, as you all drink, she like giggles and ducks behind the frickin'.
All
bar.
right.
They're gonna blow.
They're gonna blow.
4 fireballs instantly.
90.
Trixie goes invisible.
Okay.
Trixie goes. The moment she puts the drink down, she completely vanishes
Oh shit.
with the cup. Brock.
61.
We don't know what happens to Brock. Mithril. I mean, Jace.
I got a dud.
Oh shit.
Brock
Change
goes.
your
Brock,
name.
so wait. So
Oh,
Brock,
yeah.
as you speak, you go, I got it done. You seem to not be able to control the volume of your voice, and you're yelling everything you say.
Hey, what did you guys get?
Chase, what'd you get?
I got 50.
Jace, you turn to look at Brock and you go to like speak. Nothing comes out of your mouth
Oh my
except for pink bubbles.
god.
And Razil suddenly just starts glows brightly like the sun. All of you go, ah! And Jace goes, and Brock goes, ah! She just grows. She just completely just turns on like a bright light.
She's just smiling and she's happy, but nobody can see it.
Yeah, everyone's blinded in this moment. You're all within 5 feet of her. You're all like,
What the hell?
Yeah.
No cool shit happened to me.
He's like really like taking it down, like or like talking about it like TED Talk style, but it's just fucking bubbles.
About how long do these last?
About a minute.
Okay.
A minute each.
Mhm.
After about a minute, everything calms down. Basil's like, do we want to get another?
If I may splurge, 20 more copper of your finest experimental elixir.
She puts them down, happy as can be. She's like, all right. Everyone roll another D100 as you put them back.
All right. Hopefully this one actually works because the other one was currently broken.
My ears are ringing.
Razil drinks, and as she puts the cup down, just like from her body, just exploding across the bar is the grease spell. Just everything is
Oh,
suddenly
no.
coated in grease.
Fuck.
It
Probably the worst one.
is the worst one. She's like, oh fuck.
14.
14. Trixie, you suddenly are like wicked confused. You don't know where you are. You don't know what just happened, what you're drinking, what you just put in your body.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you pretty much drink and you go, what the fuck? And
Who
just, like,
are you people?
Yeah,
Who are you?
stand up from the table.
Roll a d10.
Oh, God.
shit.
Yeah, you stand up, you're like, what the fuck? Like the grease thing goes off and Trixie's like, what the fuck is going on? What the hell is going on?
4.
I don't know why that's so funny. Oh my God.
You're just standing there going like, what? Just you don't take any actions or move. You're just you're like trying to ground. You're like, what the fuck is what is going on? And you're just like having a moment.
Yo.
Yo. Oh, actually, I think the whole part, because confusion's an area of effect spell, so I think everybody gets hit by it.
no.
Actually,
Oh, no.
Shit.
everybody.
I don't know what's going on, man. I'm freaking out.
Brock and Jace and Razil will as well make a wisdom saving throw against Trixie's DC.
That's 21, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
21, I think.
Okay.
I got a 22.
Do I get
Razil
advantage?
fails. Yeah, because it's magic.
Magical.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 20.
Oh shit.
Only 20.
Only 20. I got
Oh,
natural
okay.
19 for 20.
You're confused.
Jace,
Roll a
who just
D10.
returned to the group, is the only one not confused.
Yeah.
What'd you get, Chase?
I got a 22. Oh, you mean for the elixir?
So 22 saves. You're the only one who's not confused. What'd you get for the elixir?
67 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You're not confused, but as Trixie stands up and goes, "What's going on? What the fuck's going?" You just go. Ah! You're just terrified of Trixie. You're frightened in this moment.
What the fuck is going?
Yeah, the grease goes off, and then Trixie, Razil, and Brock are all like, "What the fuck?" Trixie and Razil
why
both
is he
stand
screaming? What's going on?
up. Why did I just shoot grease off myself? Brock, what did you roll in your D10?
All right, the D10 was a 3.
Yeah, you're the same thing. So Trixie, Razil, Brock all stand up completely confused, and as Trixie shoots up Brock, or Jace, you kind of scream. What the fuck? Brock, what'd you get for your who else has magic D10 D100s? Yeah, Brock.
Oh yeah. I got a 31.
Oh my God.
As you're confused, Brock, you're like, the fuck's going on? Suddenly you vanish into a portal that closes behind you as you
no.
enter the astral plane.
What's good?
Oh, that's the
my
worst
God.
place to go when you're freaking out.
You're basically tripping and you end up in the astral plane and you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, no, okay, never mind.
See
No
the big space
random
baby
encounters,
from
but suddenly,
2001.
there's like orange and purple, like cosmic clouds and stars all around. You're just floating through space going, confused. Jace, what about you?
Fuck, I don't know. I'm fucking scared. I guess I.
Oh yeah, you got the scared one. You got the scared
yeah.
one. That's right.
I guess I just fucking as soon as she gets up and the grease spell goes off, it's like, what the fuck? I'm just like, ah! And then I just fucking portal out of there, like I start like hitting the ground so I can make the attack, and then it's the distant strike thing, and I'm just fucking
yeah.
I'm
You
like
just like
teleporting all
grab
over.
a stool and like slam it against the wall and then get the teleport.
Yeah.
She's like, what the fuck?
Oh,
And
shit.
the bartender is actually flipping out too. She's like, "Oh, I'm so good if you're I know that's a bad idea. What the fuck?" And basically for the next couple minutes, I don't think we're gonna go through the whole
Fucking pandemonium.
10. Yeah, it's gonna be because part of the confusion spell. Razil breaks out of it in the first one. She's like, "Okay, I just gotta get away," and then she slips on the grease and falls on her ass. Brock and Trixie, go ahead and roll wisdom saving throws to break the confusion if you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jace, you're like, goes back against the
33?
wall.
Yeah.
33. Yeah, you're suddenly not confused anymore. You're like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. What about you, Brock?
14.
A 14. Roll me a d10.
Am I still in the astral plane?
Not anymore. Only
Oh.
for a turn.
7.
So you're floating the astral plane confused. You're like, what the fuck? And then suddenly you appear in the bar again. And you see Trixie go and punch her in the face as hard as
Ah!
Make a
Crazy
claw or unarmed strike or whatever you want against her.
In the background of all this, you just hear, "Run for your lives!"
And people in the bar are like getting up. Like,
I'm gonna polymorph him once he's done hitting me.
Oh wow.
Love
I
that
rolled
everybody gets up. Oh, shit.
Oh, I don't know why I rolled with advantage, but it rolled a 1 and a 5. For 15? 15 hit?
No, it doesn't.
I miss!
you miss, you're like, ah, and you like swipe at Trixie, and Trixie, you've been confused, so you're ready to go, and you're like, ah, like duck, and you just like across over top of your head. Brock, maybe another wisdom saving throw, see if you break the confusion.
I'm gonna be rolling until I get a natural 20.
Oh, okay. We'll just say a minute goes by of Brock like running around going, oh, like punching random people.
Well, if he's tried to punch me, I would have tried to polymorph him again.
Oh, okay. So Brock then like turns into a bat.
Well, I was gonna turn him into a turtle.
Oh, a turtle. Okay,
Hello.
he on the ground and like kind of does the
Pick
thing
him
where
up.
like goes up to Trixie, does the like oof against her boot.
I just pick him up and turn him around.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
hold him.
I slowly turn back around and
But then after a minute, he seems to calm down.
Standing there holding the turtle, waiting.
The bartender sort of peeks her head up and she's like, okay.
Maybe
They
you
need
should
a little
only
bit-
like do one of those at a time. Because like 4 all at once it was a lot.
But I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's almost better than alcohol, if you ask me. You know, I set out to make a new tincture out of this experimental elixir, but people just seem to like it the way it is, so I just kind of keep it the way it is. Anyway, want another round? Or is that it? Was that enough? We're all good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Out of the silence, you just hear, "Fuck!" And as Jace tries to run away and trips over some fucking tables and shit.
Yeah, the lady's like, well, I better get to cleaning up all this grease. I'm gonna close the inn for a little bit. So Razil just like drops concentration, all the grease just like through everything and disappears.
What was that face?
She's breaking concentration. It's like, I don't even know how I was I didn't know you could force someone to concentrate on something. That's very interesting. Is this what it's like for you? She looks at Brock.
I am a turtle.
He says to the turtle.
I
With
sure
a-
Yeah, I'll put the turtle down and let go of the concentration.
Does he? Oh, is he not? He's not
I was
awake.
kind of forgetting that my polymorph lasted for an hour. I was like, it's only gonna be a minute because everything was a minute.
Well, he's really hanging in there. Oh, this is an hour spell. That'd be a funny concept if it was like a wizard or a druid or any caster really who like was a great tactical wizard, but just thought the durations of all of their spells were all wrong or something like that. Like, no, polymorph lasts for 2 hours. We're fine. Let's fly over the ocean. It's fine.
It's been a week.
It's been a week. We'll snap out of it. Anyway, yeah, Brock turns back. The grease goes away. Yeah.
When do I get out of my feared state?
Oh,
My
that
frightened.
was like a minute.
Okay, okay.
That might have been like a turn or a minute or something. Not long.
He like walks back, like frazzled, to the bar.
Some leaves in your hair.
Yeah. He's like breathing heavy. He's like looks down the bar at you two. It's real good to be back.
Are we ready to go back to Prismere?
Yeah.
I'm suddenly
I mean-
hungry for like lettuce or maybe like melon.
Like a salad? Or
Yeah, something like that.
Brock's like, what's a salad?
I just
I
I don't know what that
maybe-
is, but it sounds good.
feed them all the time here. Yeah. Quite a thriving vegan population here. You'd be
Really?
surprised. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, you guys go back to Prismere.
I haven't
Before
had a
you
I,
make
I
steak in
can't remember if
40 years.
Jace has seen the spell transport via plants, but I'll let him know that he has to run through after I cast it.
Like
Whoa.
what the
He's so
fuck?
good at magic.
The confusion's kicking in again.
Oh no, bro.
No, I
Here
did.
comes round two,
There was
dog.
only a little bit on my finger. I didn't drink.
Where am I?
And then like a hand, one of you guys like fucking pulls him through the fucking portal. and shit.
Just push him.
He like lands
Goodbye,
on the
everybody.
floor screaming.
I've used so many of my high level spells now. We're not going to be able to do anything until tomorrow.
Tomorrow, we fight. Tonight, we party. Hell yeah.
DJ Zabylna.
You guys arrived back in. You find your way into the Palace of Heart's Desire. Jace, it has been a long time since you've been home. Perhaps it doesn't even feel like home to you like it does to some of the other. You went on quite a few adventures under Zabylna's patronage, and you find yourself returned. As you do return, Jace, I don't want to keep staging everything in the throne room because it's such a big, beautiful, vast palace that I've made. But nonetheless, it's fitting, so we'll do it. You arrive, but I will say, Jace, there is no denying that something's different about Zabylna. You don't know what it is. You don't know how to put your finger on it. Maybe it's just something in her eye. Maybe it's just the day, but something's different about her. And you arrive, to which Zabylna approaches you. And she says, "Welcome back, Mr. Silverlaw. We have been greatly missing your presence."
My Lady Zabylna. It has been forever since I have laid eyes on you again. Perhaps my memory is failing me. I did not quite remember you this way.
And how do you remember me?
As a wonderful, wonderful patron to have. Shall I tell you about my adventures? Or that we can do that later. I must get acquainted. I do miss this place.
I wonder, do I not meet your standards any longer? If you remember me differently.
Oh. I think you might have changed your hair. Was that it? Highlights, perhaps?
Does the black streak not do it for you anymore?
I feel like that is a challenge that I will not accept at this point in time. You are as beautiful as ever. I must be going.
I remembered you to be more bold, but
Oh,
time changes a man when he's locked in a stone.
that it does. That it does. Ah, well.
I should know I've locked my fair share of men in things, such as stones and other prisons. So we're good to see that you have returned back to the world of freedom.
Yes, it is quite good to be back. Even outside of the stone. The Summer Queen has many demands on day to day. To be honest, I don't quite know how the Green Lord even satiates her every desire.
Ah. Were you troubled by how much satiating of desires you had to do, Jay?
Well, not particularly, but I don't think I ever want to see another grape or a bottle of wine in my time. It must have been hundreds, thousands.
Oh, no wine any longer. I guess I'll just tell the cooks to change up the menu I had prepared.
Well, for special occasions, like the one and only Jay Silverlong coming back. I mean, that could be an occasion if I had to wager. But if I were to see a bottle of wine on the table,
well, if you would be so kind as to endure the company of your changed mistress and a bottle of wine, perhaps I might catch up on your adventures tonight. But if it's, of course, not to your taste any longer, I'd understand.
I would like that very much.
Changed, but not so much, have you? Good. Very well. Well, it's good to have you back.
It's great to be back in your presence, my lady.
Well, get yourself reacquainted with the palace. Your room is as it was. But I have much to tend to.
Very well.
Good evening.
Good evening, indeed.
And as the party presumably parts for her exit, she'll leave and then whisk off in a Fey step.
I'm just gonna pull Jace aside, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A lot of things have happened. She's been under a lot of stress.
I can tell.
Yes. Sorry.
I was
I'm using the wrong menu this whole damn time. I forgot there was only 3 of you now.
So you are Jay Silverlong. Well, yes, I am actually. Yes. I've heard so much about you. Oh well, my legend precedes me. Not many get encased in the stone. No, but yes, I can gather that much. Seems like much weighs on her mind as of late.
Yeah, she's also had a friend here. Grizz't.
Friend.
Yeah, and I'll give like the quickest overview of Grizz't and why we think he's the problem. Yeah.
It's like fast motion. Like I'm like.
Like Johnny Thornberry.
Yeah. Um. I well. I would be surprised, but I can't help but think that I kind of anticipated. So I assume that he is gone. He's not coming back.
I think he's still here. I don't think he's left yet. I think he wants her to go with him.
Oh, so he really overstays a welcome. I see.
I think she half wants to be around him and half doesn't.
Yes. Well, I mean, do you think it's love?
No.
Or simply toxic relationships? A lot of those in the world.
I think they're intrigued by each other. Maybe like a little addicted to each other.
Ah, yes. There was a time when I was addicted.
Oh,
I do not condone that. By the way, that's still a bad behavior. She should probably. Nope. Well, what is our current plans as far as that regard? Because, I mean, I've been out of the loop for quite a while, but it seems kind of, if I may, responsible to leave her here alone with him.
well, we counsel her, and she's Zabylna. She makes her own choices.
Right. I imagine as much. When you said counsel, I was like, well, someone died, obviously, but it would make sense based on the numbers. But if that didn't happen, and he kind of like looks for like a hidden message in your face, which you probably don't give. And then he's like, okay, then I suppose that she can handle it. But we probably still, on some level, it feels wrong to leave her with someone who she is keenly, well, addicted to, and vice versa. Well, I suppose if we were to complete our mission in the Shadowfell, I'm not sure if I still have the means to do so. I haven't flexed those muscles in a long time, you understand. As far as going into, well, another plane.
You'll be with Brock and I'm sure you'll be fine. I should probably return this to you. We kind of found it on you, and I'll pull out the letter that you wrote to all of us and hand it to you. You probably want it back, I guess. It looks like it's been read a couple of times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. So, were you able to decipher it?
I've read it a couple. I don't remember what it said.
It was coded. It was a code.
I have it written down, but it was very lovely.
Oh, well, I didn't mean for it to be lovely.
That was mainly a coding device, you see. I would never say such heartwarming things to any of you. But uh yeah, yeah.
Okay,
See,
well,
I was
if,
trying to
if you give it
inform.
back, maybe I can try to figure out if there's like a hidden message. Like, were you trying to tell us to do something, like find something of yours, and be like,
Yes, I was actually. In case you needed it. Uh, I suppose now. Well, I was trying to tell you to search
like,
inside of your.
look at Brian.
I was trying to tell you to look inside of your bag of holding to find a wish stone that I stashed inside. Remember when we were in that cave and you did not want me to take any of the wishes?
Yes.
Yes, I while you all were sleeping, I managed to stealthily, masterfully, I might add, chip away at the wish stone, the largest one I could find. It was humongous. And I stuffed the whole thing in your bag, and I didn't get as much of a whimper. And you wouldn't be able to find it unless I told you about it. So, yeah. Out of game, you
Okay.
guys already like emptied out the bag, and then you sold it already. So
What
like,
did this wish stone look like?
um, my memory is failing me. I just know it was much larger. So whoever.
No, I didn't sell the wish stone. I sold another stone. I
Oh,
still
okay,
have the
okay.
wish stone.
Got it. Well, yes. That that wish stone, I believe it was quite large, larger than the others. I wanted to say it was of a pink color, but it was worth quite a lot of gold.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't find it, right?
I didn't know it was a wish stone.
Wait, so how did how did you how did you get it with the?
I can just empty the bag.
Oh,
Inside out.
well,
Inside out, it all comes out.
yeah, he didn't know that about bags of holding.
Yeah, it just, if you want everything out, which I can't remember, we were looking for something. I can't remember. I did it at one point. I can't remember why.
Yeah. But yeah, like in character, Jace did not know that. But he was like, "But I thought." Oh, well, I hope it served you well. It was kind of like, I guess my last little prank that I pulled on you. But it seems that the joke and the punchline were both missed. So, very well. Ah, I thought I was so clever. Yes, yes.
Anyways, I just wanted you to be prepared for, Zabylna and what she's dealing with.
Right.
Before you
Yes.
went and hung out with her.
Mm-hmm. Is she still as wrathful as I remember her?
Yes.
More or less.
No hesitation.
More or less.
I mean, we've seen it more, but I don't think she's more wrathful. I think she's always been that. We just have witnessed it more.
Oh. Oh yes. I fear more than most have experienced her wrathful side. Um. But all right. Yes. Could you please show me to my quarters. I am a bit lost.
Sure. Take him to the tower.
And you do. As Jace
I'm-
returns back to the land of Prismere, you are shown to your room once more. Jace, your room you haven't been in quite some time, but it has been left just the way you like it. And the linens have been changed as such to herald your return. And that's where we'll end the session.
Cool.
Yeah, it feels right. It feels good.
Mm-hmm.
That was epic.
So much happened.
So much. I thought we were going right to the shadow, but it don't work out that way sometimes. That's okay.
Nah, I had Jace and his, old buddies. He had to offer to pay y'all or pay for y'all's drink, man. Especially, in his first time being really free. Who wouldn't want a drink, right?
Go celebrate getting the band back together.
The boys are back in town.
The
Yeah,
experimental potions were awesome, though. That was great.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing? Roll eyes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Get off my back, Mom.
I don't remember what happened the first time we had those potions so long ago, but yeah, that time it was really, really funny because everybody fucking had one.
No,
Oh
it was
my
extra
God.
funny.
It was like one thing just kept happening after another. No, like really? The fucking Trixie, how you got what made you like, what the fuck is happening?
Oh, confusion.
I was confused. Yeah.
was that
confusion.
was that the confusion spell? Okay. Yeah, cuz that shit was so funny to me. I don't know. Like something about like everybody just chilling, drinking, then like something crazy happens and then one person just gets up and just what the fuck?
Just losing it.
Oh my God, that was funny. So yeah,
What did they
Lana?
do to us?
Lana or whatever your name is now. You got a little bit of Jay Silverlong right there. So
Very cool.
I've wanted to speak in a British accent for a character for so long. Oh my God. It's either Rocky 4 or like French/Spanish fucking librarians, the voices that I play as, and all the Jaces have British accents. Oh yeah, you don't know about the whole Jace wormhole theory. I don't know what to call it.
What? Oh, wait,
excuse me, the multiple
parallel
Jace theory.
the
Yeah,
parallel Jaces.
yeah. Long story short, I named like all my characters Jace, and I had one in like a Greek campaign. He was a bard. His name was also Jay Silverlong. This guy who's a ranger, his name is Jay Silverlong. There was one before the bard. And weirdly enough, in this campaign, there are things that like allude to the other Jace Silverlong because that one drowned, and then this one got like a prophecy saying that he would also drown. So
No, you got a prophecy that said that you would drown, and then like 2 sessions later in the Greek game, your character drowned and died.
yeah. Where did it happen before?
No, it definitely happened after, which was
It
the
did?
fucked up part because it was
Yeah.
it was like 2 weeks afterward.
It got to the point where Ryan was like, maybe there's some merit to that.
Maybe there is something to this.
Yeah.
Nah.
At the end game, it's just it's gonna be all of us against like the damn BBG, whoever that be, and you're just gonna hear an on your left, and then you're gonna see like 1,000 Jaces of like all different classes.
Yeah,
The
it's the
Council of
Avengers
Jaces.
thing where it's like the portals open up and it's
Yeah.
just like different Jaces going out.
Yeah.
Silver Longs, assemble.
Yes, epic.
One falls in like a puddle of water within like 10 seconds and drowns.
Right.
Yeah, they all go charging in, but there's like a small stream. And they all just hundreds of Jaces just
We're being wiped out. It's only been like 2 seconds, dude. Like
keep
Falling
creating
face
food and
first,
water.
flailing.
Keep creating food and water. I can't stand. Water's their weakness. They're like the wild wicked witch of the east, bro.
fucking puddle of water slips and dives. Like it's-
Keep getting them in. There's water.
I'm out of spell slots. I'll just start spitting.
Just start spitting on him. Like,
Oh, it went down my throat.
oh no, we lost one. So we lost one in this battle. We've lost one. That's the silver longs.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Actually, it would be closer to you know how in the Marvel movies they talk about like Khan the Conqueror or whatever?
Kang.
Mhm.
Kang, yeah. And like there's just multiple versions of him and all of them eventually turn out to be like, you know, fucking murderers and conquerors and shit. It's probably
Is that gonna
Jace.
be you?
It's gonna be
That's
one of
your
them. That's gonna be the Paladin Jace. He hasn't been made yet.
He coming though.
So
It's gonna be
Warlock
like-
Chase.
Oath of the Crown, probably. Or Oath of Conquest, maybe? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. If Jace was the BBEG, like a different version of Jace, that'd be crazy. But also poetic.
It's just evil versions of our party.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
Yeah,
we
the
have been pulling
Brock,
the
the evil
strings.
version of Brock, it's just that's the BBG, the guy who got released during that one like Celanese Summer Games event.
Oh
The, guy,
shit.
the Brock that won.
Oh, yeah.
He's still out there.
Wait, yeah, Ryan, I just remembered. I pulled like 2 cards. I think it was 2.
Yeah,
During
someone's
that
coming
thing.
to kill
Oh
you.
yeah,
I
you've
think.
got an
Yes.
enemy.
Yeah, one person somewhere in across the plains or the world, I don't know, is like my sworn enemy, and I have no idea who the fuck it is.
I do.
Yeah.
It's you. It's me. It's gonna be the Spider-Man meme. We're just gonna be pointing at each other.
Gonna be another Jay Silverlong.
Yeah. Fuck, dude.
Could you imagine if it had been one of us and as soon as he showed up, we were like, we have to kill him?
Yeah.
No, he's done. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
We're like, but
Ryan
wait,
just
which
sends you a
Jace do we have to
message.
kill? Which Jace do...
I know
can't-
which one to kill.
can't tell the difference.
Ryan just actually sent you a message like right after that happened. Like, yeah, you're the guy. You're
Yeah.
the guy that
You're
hates
him.
Jace.
You're the guy.
So when he comes back, it's on site. Like, don't
Right.
ask no
I don't
questions.
remember what that card was specifically though. It's like somebody just like appears in the world, or it's just someone in the world just suddenly is like, oh, I gotta kill Jace.
I think it.
I thought it was someone from his like someone he
Yeah,
knew
I think
or
it's like somebody
something.
you know.
You
Maybe.
know what? You know what it could be, right? Because maybe there can be only one Jace,
Yeah, it's
right?
Highlander.
So maybe there's another plane shifting Jace that's going around killing all of the other Jaces because there can be
What if
only
it's
one.
Myth Royale?
Pl-
But I don't know you. But it's like, don't you?
Play
You have to fight yourself. Okay, everybody
Play-
sit back. Jace is gonna fight himself.
play fucking Saw theme music and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the fucking
Dude, every time they play that music in those movies, it's like, what the fuck? Like,
I tried rewatching them. I was watching like Saw 3 where the guy's got like the thing on and he's going like, I'm like, oh my god, dude, like just pick. It's like this is too much.
they're so
Okay.
stressful.
I found the card. You got the rogue, a person
Yeah.
close to the drawer of the card, or an even or even a powerful figure or organization becomes hostile toward them.
Ooh, the whole organization. Yo, Jace.
It's probably Lana's family.
The whole Unsale court.
Oh my gosh.
No,
Dude,
I'm kidding.
I'll
What if
kill
it
them
is? What
all.
if the entire house of Decaneth wants you dead, and the one person who could avenge the family is gone now? Just left.
Yeah.
That'd be
Like,
fun.
oh yeah, Lana, it was me. I set the bomb. I destroyed your country.
It was me all along.
What if it was? What if in like what if like the Eberron J. Silverlong set it off the bomb as like the saboteur,
Mhm.
and Lana knows it secretly and hasn't told anybody.
Is there a spell that allows you to like look at a point in the past? I'm pretty sure there is. Out of a certain location.
Not in the past. You can't like go through time. I don't.
You gotta
think.
build the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
There's a Blood Hunter ability
Or grim psychometry.
for one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, they got grim because that's true. They can detect like evil on a place. Like they could basically walk into a house and then do like an investigation check, and if they roll well enough, they kind of have like a monster
Like
hunter
see
vision.
who was there kind of
Yeah,
deal.
see
Okay.
see the evil history of the place basically.
Ooh. Yeah.
Which I think is
So,
like
yeah.
the fucking coolest feature in the world.
It's
Let's go
pretty
in and
sweet.
do a little investigation. They're like,
It's like
it was
there,
great. in
there was
here."
a murder here.
I think that's for the Ghost Slayer, and I gotta tell you, if I have another shot playing Blood Hunter, I would play Ghost Slayer because I've
Mm.
looked over that. Oh, very, very cool.
Dude, it would be so cool, like, if there
What's
was
that?
a spell that allowed you to, like, look at a certain location at a certain time or whatever, and then, like, then you just see, like, the explosion of the country, and then the camera just, like, pans out, and then all you see is, like, long flowing hair, and then you see a streak of white as lightning fucking strikes the ground. And then I have that I don't know how many of y'all watch anime, but I know Ryan does.
We're watching it
The-
right now.
It was me. Like fucking deal. Oh my god. I want to be PBEG, dude. Oh, dude.
I was gonna say something. Oh, I had a one party. Basically, I had them make their own villains. It was in the Eberron game, actually. So they came to Eberron. They're like, they settled down in their research to go try and find whatever they were on Eberron for. And then I said, okay, so while your party's doing this like extensive downtime of research, basically searching all of Corvair for this one thing, we're gonna go to another story. So I need everybody to make like level 15 evil Eberron characters. And then we had like a little side adventure as those evil bad guys. And then they became NPCs under my control trying to kill the party.
Cool.
So I got to
love
play through that. I got to play a Ghost Slayer. They're fucking cool because you walk through walls and shit. An Archer Ghost Slayer is the most devastating fucking. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
Step through a wall, take your shot, and then step back.
Yeah, literally, I caught one party member in a hallway inside of an airship, and they were just like locked in the corridor and just like walked through, bam, bam, walked through the other side of the space, and then kept doing it over and over again. It was fucked.
It's like, how the fuck do you counter that, dude?
You
Like,
don't. You break the fucking wall, or you
Right.
kick, or you die. It is what you
fucking
do.
Pin cushion, dude.
Yeah, it was a gnarly fucking build.
I'm very interested in like Blood Hunter since it became like, you know, a class on D&D Beyond. I don't know. Parts of it kind of turn me off to it. Like
Yeah.
with the blood maledict, you have to like basically hurt yourself.
Yeah, I
to-
fucking love that shit. That's great. Hemocraft, blood magic, baby.
You don't even get like that high of a hit die, right? Isn't
No,
it
you
like
get pretty good.
D10?
D10's pretty fucking high.
That's pretty tasty.
I
yeah.
mean, it's up there. I mean,
For every hit too.
I think the only one higher is what, Barb?
D12.
Barbarian
yeah.
gets 12.
yeah, D12.
That's it.
And you can pick your damage type, so that's a good way to like overcome resistances and stuff.
Mm,
If you well, you gotta get to higher levels. But
So what's like the strongest blood hunter?
that's a very
B negative.
B negative. Nice.
Wow.
Very nice. Very quick. Good
O
job.
positive is the best healer.
You're right.
O positive is the best healer. Nice. That's that highbrow.
It is. It is. That's that biology 101 humor. Pre-med.
I honestly haven't seen a mutant blood hunter in play yet, so it's hard to say.
And that's supposed to be the one like fucking Geralt, dude.
Kind of, yeah.
I've looked
mean-
at the mutagenics though. I don't know, man. Like they really are double-edged swords. Like some of the
They are.
ones
They're
are
very
cool,
much
but damn.
So I'd probably say if I had to, I'd probably say Ghost Slayer.
I mean, there's also the lycanthrope.
The Lycan
But-
one's good, but the moment they have a magic weapon, their resistance doesn't matter much, and it's difficult to build because you gotta like it's like a Dex Con build, so it is good. It's a pretty decent martial class. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer, but
Mm-hmm.
they're both
That'd
pretty
be-
good.
That'd be a
I think
really
they're
good
good.
barbarian multi-class.
Well, there's no real point at that point.
Yeah.
Or there's also Profane Soul, but gives a fuck. Gives a fuck. They're just like half caster warlocks. Who cares? I think theatrically they're really cool because the whole idea is like they've dominated their patron to give them power. So it's basically
Seriously?
they caught. Yeah, the whole idea is that they went after like like a warlock gets caught by like a demon lord or whatever, or like a pit fiend. But
Yeah.
the warlock went after like a bone devil or something weaker and tricked it into giving it power in a way that is favorable. So basically is like
It's pretty
dominated,
badass.
force
cool.
them to grant them power.
Yeah. That's
So that they
pretty
can
fucking
fight
badass.
Yeah. I like them though because like they fight warlocks. They're anti-warlock people. And they go off and they kill warlocks because warlocks are kind of typically speaking bad. They don't usually end up being cool dudes because they sell their souls to the devil for power.
Yeah.
Or to a archfey who makes them
Always wondered like what the like a warlock patron for like a celestial warlock thing. I wonder how that works.
yeah.
I mean, I guess it's just like a planetar or whatever they're called.
Planetar or Solar or something. That'd be cool if you're just like regular Joe and a Solar calls on you to action. Fuck yeah.
It's like why?
Fuck yeah. First
But
off,
it-
I see it though. And that's the thing about
I
the
think I
lore
get
is
it
that
too.
there's only about 20 Solars or something like that, like 20 to 15 Solars in existence.
What?
Yeah, because they're like the right hands of gods. There's only like 20 of them or something.
Mm.
So I love the idea of like there's a holy battle and they like get fucking cast down to fucking earth or whatever, and they get like defeated, and you're just you just happen to be close by, like Hal Jordan,
Fucking
Lantern
farmer.
style, and they just fucking they're like, use power, protect me. I don't know. So, like,
Oh
he must-
yeah, and then
must
like
take
you
out my-
like throw leaves on him and shit until like
Yeah,
so nothing
leave-
like finds him.
yeah, like
Feed him water and shit.
I like the fallen angel, like the radiant
Oh,
idol
yeah.
patron, who's just like who's fallen from grace or whatever, and is like, take some of my power and complete what I could not, or something like that. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Into that.
I was thinking like if it was like a solar or a planetar or something. Like obviously they can't go against their god's will, right?
Mhm.
But if they were to find a mortal and bestow upon them the power that their god has given them, then they can, act on the material plane and kind of
Yeah. Well, that's the
move
thing
along.
I try and think about is like a Deva will work with like an ASMR and guide them to do like stuff in the name of the god and blah 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 blah. Very
Mhm.
holy questy. And then there's a paladin who needs no sort of angel guide, and then there's a cleric who needs no sort of angel guide. But an angel to interact directly with a human, like that tells me the angel is either like building an army or needs
You're
a
the chosen one.
yeah, or needs a mortal to accomplish something they cannot, or the angel has secretly fallen and mm, has an agent of chaos down there and is gonna like double cross and all of that. And I think there's so many cool stories, but like if there's a celestial warlock at play, that
There's some
like that
crazy
story's
shit.
got to be some out of the box. It's not just like some planetar's like, yeah, I'm just doing my normal day life and I decided to make you my fucking whatever. That's got to
Yeah,
be
because the celestial isn't gonna like bother itself on a mortal, like a planetar or a solar. That's the thing about getting a little religious, not very, but the thing about like if you've ever seen the movie like Legion or whatever,
yeah.
where like those angels come down, possess people just to kill this one baby.
Yeah.
Like the angels couldn't give a fuck, care less about humans. Like in fact, they kind of envy humans because God loves humans way more, and like from their perspective, we're just forced to like follow our God's wishes blindly, like just to have faith in everything. But humans, they can just do whatever, walk wherever, live their lives however, sin however. So I get that like bit of animosity towards mortals, but
I guess yeah. I also think it makes sense that like angels might have like a right hand man or like a handmaiden of an angel or something like that. Or
mhm,
I just think like I think it opens up so many cool doors for story purposes because like
mm,
paladins and the clerics are fairly detached from their faith. Like it's happening and they have faith in their god and they're investing power and they're having a faith that their god is there with them at their side. But
yeah,
but like a warlock, their patron's there. Like you
yeah,
can be like, hey, what's up? And they're there. You know what I mean? And that's cool. So for people who want that like religious, like chosen one, divine, whatever, want to have like a real like personal relationship with divinity, like
mm,
that's cool.
yeah. Only problem is I don't think celestial warlocks just off of playability. I don't think they're one of the stronger warlocks.
Absolutely not.
By far, not even fucking close. Like the fiend warlock is cool because you could drag that motherfucker through hell if you want to.
Dude, have you seen that ability?
Yes. And they
Oh,
come back.
fuck.
If I recall correctly, like when they come back, like through another hole or something, like they
Hurl
come
through
back like
hell.
fucked up.
When you hit a creature with an attack, you can use this feature to instantly transport the target through the lower planes. The creature disappears and hurtles through a nightmare landscape. At the end of the turn, the target returns to the space it previously occupied or the nearest unoccupied space. If the target is not a fiend, it takes 10d10 psychic damage as it reels from the horrific experience.
It's an
That's so
amazing
cool.
feature, dude.
That's
Like
such a cool
holy shit. It's literally like a Ghost Rider, like fucking like penitent stare sort of shit,
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like and then if you like I don't know if you can use like a chain or anything. I would definitely flavor it like a chain that or like chains that like come up from like hell and just fucking
Oh
drag
yeah.
the motherfucker down.
Yeah. But I
Oh
like
my
that they
god.
say it through the lower plane because it's like your patron could be like, it could be a demon, not necessarily from hell, or it could be a
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know. Like, okay, let's look at Celestial. Okay, first off, bonus cantrips are fucking bullshit. Okay, light cantrip, whatever. Sacred flame, no one's ever fucking using the sacred flame. Let's be honest. That's not the cantrip we're using. Okay.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Only for
Healing
very
Light.
rare scenarios where you specifically need radiant.
Yeah, are you specifically need Radiant? Are you specific? Well, then you got Guiding Bolt at first level. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
well, I need to say it's a saving throw in fairness, so whatever. And then Healing Light's okay. You spend a number of hit dice, your pool equals to 1+ your Warlock level. So it's basically like a better lay on hands, if you ask me. So that's good. We can deal with that. It's pretty decent healing.
Mm.
You get Radiant Souls. Also allows you to serve as a conduit of radiant energy. You gain resistance to radiant damage. When you cast a spell that deals radiant or fire damage, you can add your charisma modifier to 1 radiant or fire damage roll of the spell against one of its targets.
I must have forgotten about
Is that once per
one.
turn?
I assume so. Your resist when you cast a spell that deal. No, not once a turn. So if you can like,
Oh,
It,
Did a
so
bonus
like
any spell,
so,
any
but
spell
it has to
that
be
really
radiant.
works, like 1. So like,
radiant or fire. Yeah.
yeah, radiant
Ooh.
or fire. So if you do like scorching ray, for example, only
Yeah,
one of
that's
the
what I was thinking.
rays get the bonus.
That's cool.
It's a
So
little
if you have a plus
overpowered, if you
5,
ask me. Like, yeah, I guess so. But like at higher levels, like that starts to lose its.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, so does AC, but you know.
You celestial resistance. You gain temporary hit points whenever you finish a short or long rest. These temporary hit points. Oh, that's pretty good. Equal your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. So that's 15 off of any rest at minimum. If you have maxed out charisma,
What is that? HP?
that's temporary hit points.
Oh,
Yep, like a shit ton of temporary hit points every time you take a rest. That's pretty great. Additionally, choose up to 5 creatures you can see at the end of the rest. Those creatures each gain temporary hit points equal to half your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. So everyone in the party gets a bunch of. That's pretty good. I'll give him that. That one's pretty good. And
it helps
searing vengeance.
survivability pretty well. It
Well,
seems.
they're the healer, right? They're the healer warlock.
Yeah.
And then there's Searing Vengeance. The radiant energy you channel allows you to resist death. When you have to make a death saving throw at the start of your turn, you can instead spring back to your feet with a burst of radiant energy. You regain hit points equal to half your hit point maximum, and then stand up if you so choose. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet takes radiant damage equal to 2d8 plus your charisma modifier and is blinded. That's pretty fucking good.
That's
That's
supposed to
good.
be mimicking like one of the fallen Ace of Mars.
Well, yeah,
I
he
think.
falls, and you're just like, oh, and then everyone's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
the way back
one
in.
of the ASMR like sub races or whatever, they can. It's like 3 different ones, but one of them they can like explode. Like they take some damage themselves, and then like they can, I guess, channel that into like an explosion of like radiant energy or whatever. So it's trying to, dig into what's a little bit of the I think it's Scourge ASMR.
I like Scourge. Scourge is pretty like
Mm.
fuck everybody. I feel like if you're gonna play Scourge, you gotta and I think they try and encourage that with the description of Scourge, where it's basically you have like overwhelming emotions.
Mm.
Because like the feature doesn't work, so it isn't great because like if your allies are around, they get hurt too, and nobody wants to hurt their allies. So you gotta play into it. You're kind of crazy,
Mm.
You're off the Mets.
And something crazy with divine power is
I played that with a ranger where he was just like a little, basically his Dave or whatever was like driven mad at one point for whatever reason. And every time he's in the presence of evil, he just like basically the voice starts screaming at him, sort of schizophrenia style, to like destroy evil, like tear it from this world, bring wrath down upon it. And sometimes he loses control and goes Scourge.
as one does.
As one does. I'd play a fucking Celestial Warlock. They're pretty good. And they got a great expanded spell list. They got Revivify, they got Wall of Fire, Cure Wounds, Guiding Bolt, Flame Sphere, Flame Strike, Greater Restoration. They're pretty damn good.
Yeah, I would love to play off of that trope that you were just talking about with like the whole like fallen guy, like he has a whole like stab wound from like an uprising that was happening in heaven or some shit.
Oh
like
yeah,
he just like falls down.
yeah.
And then he's
Fallen,
just like-
fallen.
Is it a
angel.
guy or just like I'm picturing like a biblically accurate angel where it's just like a ring with a bunch of eyes on it.
I saw this one animation, and it was like basically this guy talking about biblically accurate angel with like the million eyes, and he's like, "I am Gabriel, and you should okay, pick an eye, pick an eye, pick one." The guy's going like looking around.
Dude. Well, I think I may be wrong, but one of the I think not the seraphim. I don't know. One of the levels of fucking angels IRL. They apparently
IRL.
IRL.
Nice.
There's one of them or one like cast or level of them. There's very few of them, but they're like some of the most powerful. That reminds me of like the Solar. What you say, Solara?
Solar.
Solar. Yeah.
I would love to watch a biblically accurate anime.
That'd be rad.
Wouldn't it?
Dude, have you ever played Bayonetta?
Yeah, I played like 10 minutes of it and was like, this is fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
Okay, don't worry about that aspect of it. But
I watched this 10-minute cutscene of her doing all this like super
Yeah.
like slutty
Yeah.
gun work and with this other guy.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm out of here, man. I don't know what's going on.
no, but eventually, because I think at first you're fighting like demons or whatever,
I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
and then later on, because you're like a witch, right? So
Yeah,
then,
you're a
like-
witch. Your leather skin suit's also your hair.
yeah,
It all makes
yeah,
sense.
We don't
I know.
talk about that, but they
we don't talk about
you're,
I think we
you fight
do,
like
though.
crazy fucking like biblically accurate like angel shit, dude. Like it's like you know the thing with like all the like you're describing like all the wheels and then the fucking eyes and shit. Yeah, you fight those.
Cool.
Yeah. Like there's all different kinds. I think there's like a big ass baby one. I don't know what religion that's from. I don't know.
Oh, that's from Tomb of
What
the Nile.
fucking game is this?
It's
Bayonetta.
from
It-
2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh,
Okay, then.
that was so quick, bro. Like what the fuck, dude?
Brock's on it. Brock, you should play Bard.
Bard?
Yeah.
You're already.
I tried once, and then he died.
Immediately.
Oh yeah, I immediately
Immediately.
crushed your
Wait,
Bard
what?
dreams. I'm sorry. Literally just
Yeah,
What
we
happened?
had two bards in that party. He killed them both. There'll
A
be no
flying
music.
kobold dropped a rock
There
on
can
my
only
head.
be
Session
one.
A
one.
kobold?
Yeah.
It was
I
level
was
one.
level one.
Level
I had
one.
8 hit
There will
points.
be no music.
I crit and I fucking rock pelted him in the head and fucking murdered him in one shot. And
Damn.
dude,
Did you feel
Be
good
the
about that?
saddest
You're-
song other
you guys
bards
wanna hear
would
something
sing about
funny?
you.
so Sarai just joined the game, right? And she's like, dude, you've been telling me about this like action-packed, like high difficulty, like awesome game, and it's been nothing but 2 weeks of fucking downtime and shit
Mhm.
bullshit. I'm like, dude, I promise you it's coming. Just calm down. It's like you want the danger, it's on the way. I
Oh,
promise.
sure.
It's like, no, we promise you. There have been deaths. There have been many deaths. You just came in
I
and
know.
oh.
She was excited. She's like, people have been dying. You're telling me there's been like 5-6 character deaths already, and there's action packed. There's been nothing but fucking ships and downtime. I'm sick of it. I'm
What
like,
game of yours had the most character deaths?
Tyranny of
as now?
Dragons.
Oh, really?
Probably.
Yeah, we've had what,
Oh,
4 or 5 deaths?
they've had
5
5
deaths?
deaths, and it's been not even in under 10 sessions.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of bad choices. I don't know.
There,
Dude, I'm
There
telling
were
you,
a
those
lot of
first couple levels
rolls.
are brutal.
In
They
fairness,
are,
one
but
of them
not that
did
on
brutal.
your way.
in fairness, one of them did taunt an adult blue dragon at level 2.
What are you
Mhm.
thinking? Like, see, now I'm
They've
starting
been
to get
walking
the
into
idea.
the higher level areas too much.
I'm starting to get the idea of the people that play that one.
No,
I'm sure they're great people. but
They learned.
did they?
I don't know. We'll find out.
One of them was Howl. Howl did account for 3 of those deaths. In
Oh
fairness.
my
That's
god.
true.
Okay, I
Just
was
two.
gonna
That's
ask.
true. Hal did go through 3 different characters. And you want to know what's hilarious?
The third one's still
When
alive.
Soraya came in the day after Hal messaged me, was like, okay, I'm ready. I got my schedule sorted out. I can come back. I was like, dude,
Too late,
What?
fam.
no. Stop. God damn it. The moment I filled out my Mondays, no, it was for both, because I filled out Tyranny and I filled out with Steph and AC in Tal'Dorei, and he said, okay, I'm good for both these days now. I was like, they've been open for weeks, man. What are you? Oh,
In all fairness, he had a close family member die, or a close
Oh.
family member get sick, followed by a close family member dying, on top of a breakup and
oh,
stuff. At
don't
work.
get me wrong. Their life's a menace. I understand, but still, I was like, dude, if you were one day earlier, I could have got you in, dude. We rolled stats yesterday, man. Fuck.
Damn.
He told me I was sad.
Me too. I'm gonna try and get him in on like a new Sunday game running in the next month or so. So let's see if we can't get him in there.
Mm. Damn.
Oh crap! I've been
Oh, well.
recording this whole thing.